Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to Thursday, the 4th of January of 2024, and welcome to another new stream. Today, because I had a couple of recent breakthroughs with my Refugee to Regent planning, I've decided I'm going to keep the momentum going and push ahead. Hello, Vex. How are you? Um, but today is another idle clicker extravaganza. Well, mini extravaganza. It's only 5. There's spots for 9, but while I'm working on this project, I'm using the bottom left 4 slots for my project. And then once the project is over, I'll be 9 games. 9 clicker and idle games. I can talk all at once, and I'll be trying to manage them in a frenzy of inattentiveness. But until then, I've got things to do. But before I get started, let me say thank you to Elmaze11, Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. Hello, Cuddles in chat. For the support that you guys provide for making it so that this channel can run more smoothly and be able to you can't click the link in the description. Oh no. Hold on. Wait, why can't you? Why wouldn't you be able to click the link in the description? That's weird. Anyway, let me finish my sentence. Thank you for people who are able to help support the channel, make things go smoother. I absolutely appreciate it. It really does make the difference between whether or not I can do some things. For instance, I am multi-streaming. I would not be able to do that without the support that you guys provide, because I'm trying to make everything that I do online covered by everything that I do online, not out of pocket. Let's see here. Well, I mean, my Discord server's name is Remedy for Boredom. If you can look it up that way, that might be the solution. But there's just dozens of us, dozens, I say, of us lurking over there, sharing the occasional meme, watching videos, playing games, just a whole bunch of lurkers, predominantly. Anyway, let's see here. I already lowered the volume on that. Good, good. I need to hide that, and I need to hide that. And not all my windows are up. Let's fix that. Well, first off, in the top left, we have... Why are these not in order? That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. And that goes there. I swear I put these in the right order. Anyway, in the top left we have a game called... Ooh, here, let me hide this. This needs to come down to here again. There we go. We have a game called Space Idol, or Unnamed Space Idol, and you just go through and blow up ships and try not to get blown up as you go. Earn... it's called cargo, I believe. Let's see here. Salvage, so that you can upgrade your weapons and your shield. And then once you get to this stalemate point where you can't go any further, it's what prestige in this game, it's called prestige. You get some additional points. In this case, they are determined by this prestige bonus here, and I am 14 days away from this. I'm just going to keep on grinding this level so I don't have to reset that clock to 80 days again. But you just keep on keeping on, and over time your ship gets bigger, your guns get better, and your shields get more durable. And if you look here, you can see that I am definitely not very far into the game. There's 3 whole star bases that I haven't even been able to reach yet. The URL phone is bugging you. Uh-oh. Let's see here. The Discord URL is let me figure out what just the URL is. Let's see here. If I do create invite, now there should be a place for invites already. Hold on. This is a good question. This is something I actually should probably have written down somewhere, but I figure I don't need to write it down inside Discord, and that's where I keep all the information. Let's see here. It would be under the invites? Question mark? Here's a list of all invites. Let's see. Why is the code? Oh, is it because I'm in streamer mode? It's because I'm in streamer mode. Hold on. Disable streamer mode. Back to the settings. This is a fun little adventure that, nope, not members, invites. Hey, there we go. It is, well, here, I will paste it. Copy. I'll paste it in the chat. After I turn streamer mode back on. Where is the, there we go. Streamer mode is down here. Turn that back on, that way I don't get constant beeps and boops during the stream. Oh, also, speaking of the Discord, I have a couple of dad jokes to read, but let me share this. Hey, it's no problem. I am happy to do it. I just need to find the link to get back to that window over there so that I can actually type in chat, because you can't type in the YouTube chat from Streamlabs. You can type in the Twitch chat from Streamlabs, just not the YouTube chat. And that's the GG right there. If you need the, I think it's discord.gg/ whatever that is. But that is the code that'll take you to the Rules and Roles channel, and you'll be able to pick a role and join the Discord. That should be it. It's not going to be, obviously you can't just click that as a link, it's nonsense text. It's the randomly generated thing. And hello Vex, remember to pick a role. I'll go ahead and wave at you. And while I'm over here on the Discord, I will go ahead and also read the 2 dad jokes. Summoned once by X-Blaze Ninja Zero. How many optometrists does it take to change a light bulb? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? That's a really good joke, actually. I like that one. And one from Cuddles. Uh, put the cat out. I didn't realize it was on fire. Ah, I love dad jokes. I really love dad jokes. I love Shaggy Dog stories, but I love dad jokes because they're just so right there. Just, wow, perfect. And you can ruin someone's day with them. They're just so great. I love dad jokes. Anyway, this is the unnamed space idol, which is, it's called Space Idol, so I don't know why they say it's unnamed. It is a misnomer. Anyway, let's hide that in the top left and come back over to the second one. This one's called Mr. Mine. Mr. Mine, not mime, mine, is a game where you, well, frankly, you just mine, you dig. Lots and lots and lots and lots of digging, lots of it is very, if you will excuse the pun, boring. You upgrade this little tunnel boring thing over time with more and more expensive materials and stuff, and it just goes down 1 kilometer at a time, down into the deep below, and then it eventually punches through to space and it starts mining the moon. But there's other stuff you can do during... Uh-oh, I have managed to kill a scientist. Oh, what? No, I salvaged them. Hooray! Hooray for the sickle working. All right. Anyway, like I was saying, there's other stuff to do. Like, for instance, I'm going to send a magnetic drone there, and what the magnetic drone does is at every intersection it reaches, if it sees something along the way that's off to the side from its planned route, it draws it into the main central route. And then all I have to do is send other drones out to go get the goodies. I'm going to send a drone to there. I'll send a drone to here. And why not? I'll send a drone to there. Oh, I can't. I'm out of fuel. You have a limited amount of fuel. This game is going to get largely ignored. Never mind the flashing nuclear energy. I can't produce more or do anything with it right now. So it's just kind of there. But largely this game's going to get ignored. I will eventually notice that I have a new cave every once in a while and come visit it. This one's not going to be too busy. This will be getting more attention once I go 9-game mode instead of 5-game mode. But while I'm working, I'm going to largely ignore this one. But this is. It's a little game where you have little dudes who do a lot of digging and get lots of resources that you can sell to get upgrades so you can do more digging, and the cycle continues. I've made it to the moon. There's apparently somewhere beyond the moon. I haven't reached it yet. But that's Mr. Mine. Next, clockwise, we have time clickers, which I believe I can't minimize Mr. Mine without it pausing. Let's test that. Let me see here. If I minimize you, do the little dudes stop twitching? They do. So I have to keep Mr. Mine as an active window and just put everything in front of it. Awesome. But this one, that one also pauses when I minimize it. Cool, learning things. All right. Back to this time clickers. It is a vicious cycle, if ever there was one. You slowly but surely get enough currency to upgrade your weapons so you can shoot better, so you can blow up more enemies, so you can get more currency so you can upgrade your guns so you can shoot better. And you do this enough times and you get to a certain level where you can get these things called time warp time cubes that when you reincarnate, it's called time warp on this game, you spend them on these skill trees here, which there is a redo button for you to be able to respend your skill points. And those boosts help you to get even further, and then eventually you get to a level where you can start earning these things called weapon cubes, and weapon cubes similarly are a currency that helps you to be able to afford better weapon capabilities for those auto shooter things down there. And then the weapon cubes upgrades themselves, very meta. And it just goes and goes and goes, and occasionally there will be this little rainbow ball that comes down that's worth bajillions of extra currency, and I have it set to make a little bubbly noise whenever that happens. But otherwise, I will be keeping this game silent, because the next game, which I will launch, actually the last game, which I will launch here in a moment, is going to be producing most of the background noise. Oh, there's the bubbles. And it automatically knocked it out of the air. That's great. Now this game I can minimize. I will skip the Idol Slayer because I'm going to launch that last. This one is called Sell to Singularity, and let me find the icon because I'm clicking over on the little thing over here, and then I have to click over here to bring it up. Excellent. That timer is up. Right now there's an event going on. It's all about money, I guess. It starts off, you click and you get some cowrie shells. Interestingly enough, the earliest known currency is cowrie shells, something that just grew in nature. You could use them as currency for trading. And then eventually, with this game, you start low and simple and get boosts and bonuses and knowledge, and you become able to purchase more things after these little 14 seconds remaining are done for the little alien dudes here. I will show you the main brunt of the game. I have, let's see here, that's 5 trillion. I will let that happen before I make that purchase. Okay. So the main game, the primary simulation, if you will, is you start off all the way down here with some amino acids. Let me click on amino acids. You start down here, and then you get enough amino acids, and you figure out how to make enzymes and proteins and primordial soup, and on and on and on and on until you get some flatworms, and then eventually fish and mammals and people, and then technology, and on and on and on, cyborgs down there until you reach space. You can make a Martian city, and there's just all kinds of upgrades that you can get. Oh, I was at the bottom. Oops. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. Then there is the, oh, I should have done the dinosaur one. There's the space. You get to get some advancements to explore and expand into space. Hey, I got the Rigel upgrade. Sweet deal. Triple the payout. Love to see that. And I absolutely want that, because now that's way more than triple the payout. Sweet, now I can start collecting stardust. But what this one is Just a whole bunch of space and planets, and over time it just becomes very grindy, but that's what you would expect from a good idle game anyway. You don't want to have to micromanage every moment, but there's lots and lots of little things to do all the time, doing little missions and research. Here I've examined a star. Sorry about the little lag. I accidentally moused over my hotbar, and all of the windows tried to pop up at once. That was great. Get that next research going. There's little things to click on. I don't have the currency to actually make the advanced version go, but that's fine. Then over here we have the dinosaurs, the Mesozoic Valley. And collect all of my earnings. Set this, instead of by max, set it to by 1. Now what do I need to upgrade here? 2 more of these to get this geode. Once you get enough geodes, you can, it's not prestige. Ascend? No, we'll see possibly today what it's called. I don't remember what term they use on this game. Reincarnate, ascend, prestige, time warp, all the same thing. Oh, nope, can't afford any more of those. Top off the Triceratops, top off the Ichthyosaur, and that's it for this. I am on reincarnation 45 of the Mesozoic Valley, so I have a lot more going on than one would have getting started. I have all these bonus cards that I have available to boost things. Like I could get this and double the payout, but I don't feel like doing that because there's some of these little things that want you to purchase cards to advance. So I'm going to be focusing on the current event, the money event thing. Yeah, the rock hits the world. Yeah, you get to extinction. It's called an extinction, that's right. And then you get to redo from start. Alright, let the alien arcade, the Space Invader things do their auto click nonsense. Get me some of all 3 currencies. I'm mostly concerned about the coin currency right now, so I can get 5 trillion of it. I have 4 trillion right now. Alright, let's minimize this one. Put that in the corner, and then let's summon the 5th and final game that's going to be in our ensemble today, if I can find Steam. We have Idol Slayer, and that will be going in the middle right. But let's make this full screens because I have a lot of busy work to do on this right off the get-go, including turning the sound back on. Play audio in background. Oh, okay, cool. I have 18 of these little silver mystery boxes. And even if I'm not watching the screen, they will continue to spawn and go by. And I should still have... Oh, no, don't have the quest for the mystery boxes. Oh, hold on. Okay, the bubbles got explodified all on their own. That's great. back to this. So 8 chests on the chest hunt, 2,000 coins, 25 Anubis warriors. I am not on that stage. Let's see if I can get something better. Bonus stage stuff. There was one. Yeah, 18. You can, on this game, you can log in, do a little busy work, get however many bonus boxes you can manage to grab, and then before they start showing up, log back out. And they will accumulate. There's even an achievement for having, like, I don't know, 50 of them or something like that. 3 boxes at once. But I don't like to waste these silver boxes because they do give some pretty substantial bonuses. So I'm going to just play this for the first little bit here. Tantalize your eyeballs with some little video game fun. I need to get 10 undecillion. So this looks like a job for super upgrade. And then I come over here and buy that and buy more of that. Oh, and I can shoot, that's right. Get more of these to increase the amount that I get out of all of the earnings. $37. Buy more upgrades. Should be able to make it to 50. There's 48, 49. There's 50, and I should be able to get this. There we go. Oh, I got a chest hunt. Right when I got that. Saber, that saves me from getting eaten by a mimic. There's a mimic. Watch, this next one's going to be a mimic too. Nope. I've had that happen where I get saved from a mimic and then immediately open another mimic. Anyway, this one's called Idol Slayer. All of these games are free, by the way, on Steam. Wow, okay, I was gonna say, I'm just going, look at that. 202 duodecillion gems. I can unlock more quests. That is great news. And I got a quest reward there. This one wants me to get money. This one wants toxic clouds. This one wants emeralds. Venus carnoplants. Worms, kill worms with arrows. Soul goblins from the minigame. Land 6,000 critical hits. That'll just happen. Scorpions. That's the desert. Oh. I own lots of games, and none of them cause my computer to stutter like this one Idol Slayer does. I can have nothing else going on, and this game will still cause my game to stutter. $11 more silver chests to go. Wait, was the carnoplants? Yep, there we go. That's on here. So I will be staying on this dimension for a while. One of the things I do is I just buy one, or if I can skip it, I leave it blank and buy 0 of any one item on this inventory list, and then when I get to the bottom, I go back and set it to buy 50 at a time, because that's the increment where you get the most bonuses on this page. Nine silver boxes remaining. And I know what causes it to stutter. It's trying to think of what it needs to place in the world. And that, before it comes on screen, before it actually decides, that's what causes the game to stutter. Ah, there's the bonus stage. This is the special bonus stage. Bonus stage 2. It's a little bit easier than bonus stage 1. I still have 9 silver boxes to go through, and then I can finally get to work. For this bonus stage, what you have to do is collect... Whoa! It's that lag! My goodness. I have a really good computer. It should not be doing this. There's those little goblin guys. Anyway, you collect the... Like this pass wants 43 little orbs. And it is definitely not as easy as I'm making it look. There's a lot of timing involved. I'm going to ignore that bubbles. Oh, no, I'm not. Clicky. There we go. The bonus stages are the pink boxes that show up over your head. Normal mystery boxes are, I guess, the orangish, yellow, gold, or whatever it's supposed to be. And then the advanced ones are the silver, and then the bonus stage is the pink. Then I can click over on this game, buy some upgrades, activate the time warp. Totally not playing 2 games at the same time. I never do that. There we go. Now this is the easier and the better of the bonus stages, and in order to unlock it, you have to be some fair way into the progression. I'll show you that in a bit. This game, just like all of the other idle and clicker games, has a prestige kind of mechanic. I need 2 more bonus stage sections to get that thing. When you ascend, as you are killing enemies, you get, if you look in the top right, there's a bar. It says 165k, and as I take out an enemy, that bar goes up. And here soon it should say 166k. Should. Go on. There we go, 166k. Oh. Got an achievement. But as you go, you get those souls, and you ascend with the souls, and then when you ascend, you get to spend those souls on this skill tree here. There are lots of skills that revolve around how many achievements you have gotten. There are 600 Steam achievements for this game. But the extra bonus stage is... where is it? Oh, what happened to... That was weird. My icons on my hotbar just rearranged themselves. Ah! Bonus stage right here with better rewards. It's buried way far down in the tree. Alright. Now, the rest of the stream after I finish getting these silver boxes is not going to be this noisy and rambunctious, because I have things to do. But I don't like to let these special reward things go to waste. That needs 10 duodecillion to unlock that. That needs 25. That's alright. I have a number of upgrades which allow me to just get close to the gem and capture it, not have to physically touch it with my body. It gets drawn in like a magnet, like those, and the bottom row of those. Come on, 5 more mystery boxes, please. I have work to do, and news to share. Hey, 10 duodecillion. Let's purchase that upgrade there. Oh, also, max. Yeah, it's gonna be a long time before I can buy a 50 upgrade for any of those. Try a randomness. Let's just gather all 3 in one. 1, 2, and 3. Oh. One of them was a horde. Would have been nice if the hornets were one of my quests. Alright, 3 more mystery boxes. 2 more mystery boxes after this one. Another frenzy. I shouldn't have done the speed boost, but oh well. Here we are. This is the bed we made. Let's sleep in it. So as I'm playing today, because of the new quests that I've gotten, I will be able to, just without having to micromanage it, I'll be able to get the Carna plants, I'll be able to get coins, I'll be able to get emeralds. So there's several things that I can do without having to focus on this game. So that's nice. I can make actual progress while I'm not staring at the screen. That makes me happy. There's the mimic, first mimic. There's usually about 3 or 4, maybe 5 mimics scattered around. Boy, this is 2 lucky sessions right in a row. I saw your lucky session that you screenshot the other day, Cuddles. That was some astounding luck. Oh, look at that, a times 20 multiplier. Of course it is. So anyway, I can get this quest here, the Fool's Gold one. I can get that one pretty mindlessly. Oop, bubbles. Back over on this screen, I can get the emeralds, I can get the Venus Carna plants, I can get the critical hits. So I can get 4 quests without any thought whatsoever. And if I can manage to notice one of those pink boxes, I can get 2 more bonus stages and probably at least the other 240 Soul Goblin Chiefs. That's going to be a matter of me just paying attention to the screen, which is not as likely to happen once I get busy. We'll see. But that is all of the silver mystery boxes. I think I may have accidentally run past one of them, but that's alright. 1 out of 18 isn't too bad of a waste. I can jump dimensions to get other enemies, but right now I need the Carna plants, so here I'll stay. I need 7,500 of them. I have 160, so they are the rare ground mob on this dimension, so it takes a while. Alright, that's that game. Come back over here and put that back in the corner over there, and then hide this and hide that. Bring this up, see if there's anything I can click on that's worth my time. No. Oh, that needs to stay up. Make that purchase. Maximize that. Make these purchases here for all 3 of those. Get that running. And bring up this. Alright. So it should still be... Ah, it is not. There we go. Is that the right one? There we go. That's the right one. I have made a bit of a breakthrough on the Refugee to Regent stuff. If you saw the previous stream, you'll recognize, hopefully, the spreadsheet that I put together to help manage and be able to identify what I need to do when and how many of what's going on for each stage. But I can't just look at this and go, ah, yes, I need to do this much work for one stage. My breakthrough was, I have lots of room for tabs. Why not just bring one stage worth of work over to each one of the tabs? So during this stage, say the glowstone stage, I know that I need to make 57 between my main capital and all of my outliers. I need to make 57 high-tier homes, 94 apartments, and 123 slums. That's a lot of work. This challenge is busy. And so keeping track of what you need to do when is important. But here is the real kicker for setting all this up is I can also come over to each one of these and say, let's see here, I need to add, where is that window? It's Note Tab Pro. Oh, it's because this is over the Note Tab Pro? No. Note Tab Pro, come on. Why are you not visible? That. What is going on? Okay, so that goes over the Zim docs. And that means that should come under the Note Tab Pro. Hello, window. Why are you not windowing? I will hide this. Note Tab Pro, where are you? Did you somehow go off screen? What's going on to my stream items? There's the Zim docs. There's the Note Tab Pro. Where are you? If I right click, transform, I'll go center on screen. It's not there. Why isn't it there? I'm very confused. Well, you're not going to cooperate today. That's just fine. Make it visible. Oh, if I move it down, move it up. No, it's just not showing up at all. Well then. Know that I have another window over here. Maybe if I exit it and relaunch it, that'll help. Exited. Maybe that's the derp that happened earlier in the stream. There we go. Now it showed up. It just didn't like where it was. So Note Tab Pro, unlock, put it right there. Technical difficulties, I love it. Oh, I'll never get to it in time. Aww, it was one of those pink ones. Anyway, I have over here the commercial buildings that I need to make for the different stages. Now, having them in this format all in one tab is nice, I guess, but it doesn't really help me understand how much building I'm going to need to be doing per stage. However, if I do, this and paste it here and do this, then I'll know that on my dirt stage, during the, well, I was on the wood, but on my wood stage, so let me undo this, undo that, click on the annoying bubbles. That needs to move all the way back over here because I need to be able to access that button. Why did my buttons shuffle earlier? That was so bizarre. Anyway, let's come over to the wood stage, try this again, come down here, go paste, get rid of the tab option and do that. And now I know that on the wood stage, I need to upgrade the town center to make it a settlement center. I need to build a well. I need an immigration office, a player office, one office per elder, council room, upgrade the granary to a food bank, make a cafeteria, cafe, diner, pub, etc., whatever. The town storage center becomes the item bank, add an armory, add an infirmary, upgrade the old player house to the tribulation tower, add a cooper / barrel maker, add a baker. Then I come over to the stone stage and I can do the same thing, only now I also have a column here for being able to add what things need to go in to the appropriate stage for each of the outliers. That way, at a glance, on one page I can go, during this stage I need to build, let's see here, what's one of the bigger ones? There we go, that goes up to W. There we go, a Y. I have the main stage, agriculture, mining, military, the guild, a couple of crime outposts, the temple city, more crime, the nether, more crime, the stronghold, the skulk dimension, more crime, the end. I don't count the new in town stuff as part of the main population. They are their own separate kingdom. More crime, the moon, Mars, more crime, and more military. And also more military here, but that's beside the point. So all of these I need to have, before I get started on that stage, I need to have an idea of what I'm going to be doing. Because these numbers are meaningless to me individually, but all together I go, oh, I need to build 127 whole houses, 218 apartments. That could be like several apartments in one building, but 218 apartments and 279 slums. And that means that my population during this stage has grown to 624, or by 624 mouths to feed. That's not counting animals. That's not a total list of all the buildings I need to add. That's not any further information on like what needs to go in the rooms or anything like that. This is just strictly the data for the things that need to happen for just this one single stage. But I have even gone one level further to make it so I can more easily track what things are meant to be happening. For, say, the stronghold, during this post 2 stage, I know that it should be the gold stage for the stronghold. So that means that it should be getting certain gold stage kinds of buildings. So if I come over here, it occurs to me that the spreadsheet has not been on the main thing this whole time because I had to shuffle those things around. Ah! Here, you go up there. Is that gonna work? There. There. And then move this to here. Ay, sorry. I had highlighted this tab and was talking about the stronghold thing over here on this window. So if I come back over to Note Tab Pro here, scroll down to the gold stage, these are the sorts of things that one would be adding to the main city during the gold stage. Now, granted, I don't necessarily need to have a big fancy city hall necessarily for the stronghold city, but I do need to have some sort of administration building. But it doesn't necessarily need to be as in-depth as all of this. But I can at least get an idea. I don't need to have a flower shop and a jeweler and a park. The stronghold outpost is a more of an outpost. It's an outlier that's designed more military style than anything in preparation for going to the end. So I can reduce the requirements for each of the outliers, but at least I have a list of the sorts of things that can go in them. And importantly, by doing it like this, I now realize that I can, when I come back to here, to this button, there we go, I can, oh, bubbles. I can get distracted by the bubbles. That's what I can do. Anyway, I can come back over to here, and instead of having all the minutia for, like, here's what a granary needs. Well, I don't have to have that on this page. I can just make a community buildings sub-tab and have the entry for granary, or just make a page and just say the word granary here, and then when you need to know what goes into a granary, you just go over there and it says, okay, this. I don't need to have all this information on the front end. So I have a little bit of shuffling that I need to do today. But importantly, this section here, the population, I actually have some solid numbers to put into each of these. Except, where's my spreadsheet? That got moved around too. There we go. If I am on the spreadsheet, I don't really have... Here, let me bring this back up here. I don't really have as much freedom. I can't just delete this row. I can hide this row. And this white row here. And this white row here. And this row is kind of irrelevant. There we go. Let's distill it down. I don't have as much visual information as I would like on here. For instance, when it comes to the agricultural outlier, what I've decided is, for the 3 different tiers, the expert population, the advanced population, and the basic population, I'm going to have 3 different kinds of growth for this outlier. The expert population is going to spread out. They're going to get their own little surface farms. It's going to be nice and country, and it's going to look all nice and pretty. Then the advanced, they're going to have vertical hydroponics. They're going to go up into the sky. There's going to be factories and a little bit more automation. And then the basic population, they are going to be underground, full-on hydroponics. Whatever automation I can muster at that point, they are going to be the slums of farming. And I know hydroponics is more sci-fi than slums, but, you know, it could be cyberpunk, which is slummy-ish. Ready for a drink. Alright. Let's see if I need to do any... Ooh, I have plenty to click on right here. I need 100 million of that. I'm a third of the way. And I've doubled my... Well, almost doubled my growth on that. Okay. Doing some stuff on one of the games. I just activated the sell to Singularity in the bottom right. Alright. Minimize that. Bring this back up. Bring the bubbles back up. I accidentally clicked on that one. How lucky. It wasn't the pink box, but it was something. Okay. And where's my other chat? There we go. A lot of stuff going on. So I think it's gonna be best for me to leave the spreadsheet. I know. Spreadsheet over here. Over here? Does that work? That line up? That lines up. Okay. So we have now here's a problem. There are lots of other buildings that I could add. Actually, let's see what Google has to say. Common community buildings. 20 examples of community architecture at its best. That's architecture. Okay. All right. Well, there's factories, there's parks, there's bubbles. Bubbles. Factories, there's parks. There's office buildings. There's family housing. Could have a retirement home, pool hall, coffee shop. There's so many different kinds of buildings that it is... Oh, I have a mega horde. That it is going to be unreasonable for me to try to list everything possible per stage. So I'm going to be sticking with what the list is, and then if I think of some things that are fitting, I will add them. But I also have to keep some space for buildings related to other aspects. And the other aspects include let's come over here to... where's that button? This button right here. Well, for one thing, there's the crime buildings. Oh, laundromat. My brain was thinking money laundering. Oh, laundromat. Poker hall. Pool hall. Ooh, a chest hunt. There's grocery stores. There's just too many things that if I were to try to list them out, it would be like trying to list all of the hundreds of cities in the US to try to come up with some sort of naming pattern, which I'm saying that out loud because I am also working on writing some code for one of my programs that I'm making that needs me to generate some names. But anyway, I have the shrines and temples. They need to be built. I have obviously the barracks and that sort of stuff. Those aren't accounted for in the commercial buildings section, the community buildings section. So there's more going on than just these things for being put into these categories here. So I have a little bit ahead of me. I'm going to, for right now though, I'm just going to copy and paste in the getting started stuff for each of these stages, and then I can trim the fat and adjust as necessary when I go down to refining just the individual stage. That seems like that's going to be the best way for me to do this. So also, one other thing before I get into it, I do fully intend on writing a program that makes it so that you have, all you really have to do is you say, what difficulty do I want to do the challenge on? What sorts of options, like do I want to have races? Do I want to have a higher percentage of crime? Do I want to have one outlier per turn or two? Maybe I don't know what kinds of outliers I want, so you pick for me, kind of thing. Buttons like that, so that someone can just go, all right, generate a challenge, and then it spits out an Excel spreadsheet, CSV file that they can just open up and go, all right, for this stage I need to do this, for this stage I need to do this. And then the thing that shows up in box C20 on tab 4 or whatever will be just a phrase like infirmary, and they'll go, I don't know what I need to do for an infirmary. Let's go back over to infirmary. Let's look at the infirmary information and figure that out from there. So I want to be able to do the challenge myself. Yes, obviously. But I also feel that this is a fantastic challenge that has so much potential for people to have some fun, tell their own little stories, make their own little worlds, make their own kingdoms. And this is a big, long project that people can do if they want to, you know, have an ongoing thing for, they don't know what to do, but they want to start a YouTube channel or something. This is something great. This is a good keystone. You have an ongoing, large-scale project, and even if you're not all that creative for coming up with how to do the different things, or you're not good at math or whatever, the program that I intend on writing will be able to help that aspect along as well. So there's more to it than just me filling in these spreadsheets, but today it is spreadsheet day, and I apologize if it is grindy, boring work, but let's see here, copy, and then anywhere there's a dirt stage, I will go paste, tab, okay. And then come over here, that's the wood stage, stone. Here's a dirt stage, paste. Okay. Iron. Paste that. Paste that. And these were meant to be down one. There we go. Now over to here. There we go. Oh, what did I do? What's this line? This line is not what I thought. Oh, there we go. What was that line that I grabbed? Somehow I grabbed some mystery margin. I don't... Oh! It lets us... Aha! I see what's going on. That's... interesting. I will say interesting. Alright, so... dirt stage. Paste. Paste. And paste. And then I come over here to redstone. Come over and find anything else that's on dirt stage. Paste. Paste. And paste. I don't necessarily need to have this information for the new in town, because during the new in town I'm going to be subdividing things differently. I'm going to be splitting it between 5 or 6 phases for each of the main new in town, the nether, the end, the desert, the ocean, and I don't know if it's available yet. There's another dimension that's got like mock-ups of trains and train tracks and stuff. I don't know what that dimension's called. But I'm going to be treating that as its own separate entity, but at least I do want to have some idea for progression. So I am going to include this information for the new in town stages. In case you're wondering what's going on there. Alright, lapis. Looking for anything called dirt. Paste that. Paste that. And paste that. And also these ones that are starting on dirt, it lets you see, okay, for this little section right here, I'm not doing a whole lot. I'm not building any new houses. I'm building 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 apartments, and I'm only building 9 slums. And for the dirt stage, I think the slums and apartments are effectively the same thing as far as the structure is concerned. I'm actually going to have to make a decision on that, honestly. What I want to do is have a standardized minimum requirements for the different tiers of structures for each stage. Then, after I get that aligned, I can make a better informed decision on what the barons and the marquises and duchies, and I don't really care about all the royalty nonsense. I'm gonna have it, but I don't really care about that. I'm not going empire kind of stuff. I'm just building towns. But let's see here. We move on to the glowstone stage. And dirt. The inclusion of what stage the outliers are on worked out so nicely for me. Also, by the way, I did see you join. Hi, Johnny. How goes the Battle Royale stuff? I never really got into Battle Royale things. I love how people say, "Ah, I remember when the Hunger Games used to be called Battle Royale." Oh yeah, well I remember when Battle Royale used to be called musical chairs. Because think about it, that's what Battle Royale is. It's musical chairs. Everything that has come after it has been some variation of intensity of musical chairs. And that is a chair I will fight to stay seated on. Alright. These should be among the last couple of freshly started places. I'll come over to post 2. Yeah. Now I come all the way back over here. Don't need the dirt stage. Do need the wood stage. No, don't need the wood stage. Need the stone stage. Oh wait, no, I do need to actually gather the wood information. Musical chairs and Duck Duck Goose, I feel, are different. And here is why. With Duck Duck Goose, it was whoever one individual person was it. They got to choose who and how the elimination was happening. Whereas with musical chairs, it is everyone fighting at the same time for fewer resources than all of them need. And I think that right there is the bare bones requirement for like any Hunger Games Battle Royale musical chairs. There's a limited amount of resources, not enough for all the players, and the players have to fight each other to get the resources. And losers eliminated. Usually it's single elimination. Sometimes, you take 2 chairs out and then, you get to find out who your real friends are. I in one of the musical chairs games that I played, I stayed behind the chair most of the time, most of the chairs, and then I would kind of slide in under someone. If you sat on first and someone else sat on your lap, it doesn't count. They're not on the chair. But then, when it finally got down to the end of the challenge, one of the last few times I played, I hooked my foot around the back of the leg of the chair and spun it around at the last second so that they sat on the floor and I got the chair. I was so proud of it. Could I ever reproduce it? No, I think it was dumb luck, and I probably would have injured myself if it had been me paying any less attention. But I thoroughly enjoyed that victory, and they let me have it too. They said there weren't any rules about not taking the chairs. Anyway. Copy. Oh, I need to do these here. That's what's going on. Paste that. And this needs to go to the left. All of these will be going to the left. To the left. To the left. But yeah, Duck Duck Goose is close, but not quite the same mentality. In my book. It is my hope that, well, it was originally my hope that as of January 1st, I would have been able to just dive straight into this challenge. But I wildly underestimated how much extra busy work there really is in trying to make sense of all of the different versions. Because another part of what I'm wanting to do with this, part of why I'm trying to get this project going, is I want other people to be able to have access to this challenge. I can do this. Copy, because I forgot. That's a dirt right there. And now I can just do this and go copy and paste, and I don't have to bring that up every time. Awesome. That saves me some time. Wood, wood, and wood. Now, why is there a gap there? That's because I decided to move Mars down to the stage after the moon, so it was staggered. That way I could get established on the moon and then move to Mars. There are other places to visit. There's nowhere to land on Jupiter. You can land on Venus, but it's not great. And Jupiter's moon, Europa, you can land on that, and it's also not fantastic. I might do something with that future-wise, but I'm not overly keen. Alright. None of these should be wood stage, I don't believe. Now I come all the way back here. This, go to stone stage on this. Now these say 2 to 4 additional. I believe I have added enough things to justify bubbles. The minimum requirements. That's the lowest one. Okay. In fact, let's look at this. This is 3 more. Maybe embassy. 2 to 5 more. I've added the 2 to 5 more. Basically, what they're trying to do is get people to come up with creative ideas. And that's all fine and good, but this challenge really does need a little bit more guidance than just build some more community buildings. And then they say, go to the community buildings tab or page to get some ideas. And then the community buildings page just has a bunch of mod related stuff. It doesn't, they left some serious gaps. So I'm trying to do as best I can at making sense of this. But I feel like... Oh, wait a minute. Undo. Ah, alarm. It's 9. I think the cats are good. I have a message. I have a missed call. Some time ago, during middle of last year, I got sick. And, oh wait. And one of my friends, bless them, decided to try to help by filling out online forms to help me get information about getting some care. And ever since then, I have gotten just inundated by spam calls and spam texts, and it came from a good place. I will not fault them for trying to help. Not at all. And if my head had been a little bit clearer at that time, I might possibly have been able to say, hey, hold on. Let's think about this. You're just passing out my name and phone number to forms online. Do you even have a secure browser? Do you know for sure what site you're going to? None of that came to my mind. I was just not doing well. And I was pleased to be getting what assistance I could from whomever I could at the time. But now, present day me, oops, is dealing with the repercussions of having... Some days I get literally dozens of phone calls and texts. I'm grateful for the friends. I just wish I had been a little clearer of mind when it happened. Stone, stone, and stone. That'll be iron stage. Now, when it comes to on this, hold on, let me make sure that you guys can actually see the thing that I'm on. Okay, cool. When it comes to on the right side here, the things that are going to be added to each stage, from a certain point on, it's mostly the same stuff. except more of it. It's going to be expand restaurants, expand hospitals, expand inns, expand shopping districts, add a new park. All that stuff is going to be kind of standardized per level. I think when it comes to the expansion of the cities, I will keep expanding the number of shops and stuff like that for the main capital, but all of the outliers, once they get to the Nether Star stage of their development, which is to say they have the city structures, but they're not expanding and making their own outliers yet. That would add a whole other level of complexity that I'm not even interested in getting into right now. I think I'm going to just say every other place is going to stop adding new things once they reach the Nether Star stage. So the mining colony, that's just going to get to the Nether Star stage and stop. No need to keep growing there. I have plenty of stone production, and it would be one thing if I had a massive computer farm where I would be able to have actual functional NPCs and villagers and machines doing things in each of those cities. That would be one thing. But it's just I'm building structures that are just sitting there. I have to do the mining myself. There aren't actual miners. Yes, Newtown has some mining, but it is incomplete, and I'm not able to get the variety and volume that I would be able to get myself manually, especially in the amount of time. By the time I get near the end of the first main phase, Nether Star for the main capital, I will pink box. I will have so much capability for mining and all that other kind of stuff that it's just gonna be simpler for me to do the work. So I'm just going to be building the structures and trying to just make everything match the numbers as best I can. Honestly, the hardest part, I think, is going to be making sure all the places where I establish a colony, an outlier, they call it outliers. I'm just going to say colony because no one understands what outlier means. But as soon as I say colony, they, oh, colony, why didn't you say colony? As soon as... Hold on, let me... Oh no, I fell in the hole. Ah. No! How am I missing? Ooh, that was down to the wire. That stage bothers me because I move faster than landing on one platform, but slower than landing on the other, so I have to try to make a magic jump, which you can sort of do-ish if you click just right, but it doesn't always click just right. Anyway, when you establish a colony, hold on. My brain is full from this game. I know I was talking about pushing the colonies out, but when you make these different outliers and whatnot, it doesn't take into account, I guess, the specs of your computer. And even the best computer doing the challenge, just plain, you still encounter the situation where if you are to build a giant vertical city and everything is perfectly straight up and down, then once you walk into that chunk loading area, there we go, a couple of quests complete. Oh, gain 15% souls bonus, that's nice. Once you walk into the chunk and it gets loaded, your computer's going to tank. If you have too much stuff going on, too many chests, too many item frames, too many signs, too many entities, you're just going to walk into it and it's going to say, oh, it's these chunks. Load them, boys. And your computer's just going to go, bleh. It's just the way it is. And for my setup, with the numerous data packs, I have to take that one step further in consideration. And I have to, for every one of these little colonies and outposts and whatnot, I have to make sure that it's not going to be set up in a location that's going to cause me the infinite upswing of milliseconds per tick. Because there are some parts, I don't know what causes it. It could be lava, it could be vines in the jungle, I don't know. Even when I set the simulation distance all the way down to one chunk, it still just goes up and up and up and up. I had it set to render distance and simulation one chunk. And I just watched as it went 50, 55, 60. It got up past 100. There's literally nothing going on. And it's just going up and up and up and up and up. I have no idea. So I'm going to have to explore around and test a large area around the center of where I want my colonies to be. So what might happen is for the series and the streams and whatnot is I'll find a place, I'll get established, and I'll just be periodically checking the stats. And then if it feels like it's going to be okay, cool. If it's not, I'm not going to waste time in stream rearranging. I'm just going to do the building in stream, and then after the stream, probably when it comes to the Discord stream launch, I will move the town to the better location or whatever's going to happen. Because I have a good bit more that I need to take into account than... Sorry, I'm reading all of these. Okay, yeah. Than a normal, just a vanilla playthrough would. Even a modded playthrough doesn't have to worry as much about all this, because with modded, it treats it differently. It's ingrained in the system. It's not, all right, we're pretending to be a mod, but instead we're just 10,000 command blocks in a trench coat. That's what the data pack situation is it's all pretend command blocks. And so it's really hard to be effective with setting that up. copy you. Let's go on to put iron in places where iron lives. I will say this, if any of you guys are interested in trying to help me figure some things out for the Refugee to Regent challenge, the best thing that you could do right now is on the Discord, help me come up with the types and names of buildings and community structures that maybe I'm not thinking of, things that probably ought to be included that just I've not seen, or okay, cool, or things that maybe I could include. Maybe here's an example of a type of commercial building. It's mostly just decorative, but it is representative of an actual kind of shop, and that is a sign maker. A place that just simply dedicates itself to making signs. That would be just perfect. Let me... It's gonna be the best way to do this. Let me move the Mars. I'll move the Mars over and then delete a column. That sounds like the best bet. Let's just go ahead and preset this so I don't have to keep arguing with what columns are where. See if there's anything to do over here. That needs 100 million. And I'm at 68 million. And oh, well, that's quite the upgrade. And that is barely a dent, and that's barely a dent. Okay. So I will move this over here. And then delete that column. Does that still look right? 12, 4, 8. Yeah, that ends in 8. That's good. Let's look at this. 64, 31, 40, 50, 64. Yep, that works. So I'll come over here. I will grab Mars. I will move Mars over. I will delete the column. And I'll just do that for all of these. You right click D. You move that. Right click D. You move that. Right click D. And on until it is done. Mars over. These are fine. Yeah. Mars gets moved over to here. Right click D. Move back by 1 to this. Mars, move over. Right click D. And I don't think that Mars, no, there is Mars. Just to keep it consistent. And for sure there's no Mars on here. Sweet, okay. Now have I filled in all of the stuff for iron? Yes. So now I do gold. Okay, let's check out Mr. Mine, see if there's any fun stuff going on. There's a new cave. Look at that. Send the magnetic drone there. Send a regular pickup drone there. Send a pickup drone here. And I'll send a pickup drone there. Grab all of this loot, add that scientist because now I've actually had to bury one officially, sell all the excess stuff back in here. That's the mime. I completed a quest by clicking on the mime. Oh boy. That's silly. Okay, so where is the gold chest on this? There we go. Alright, what's this quest? But I've already found the mime. I guess that quest was, or that achievement was added after I've already found the mine. Interesting. Okay. Bring this interface back up. Spend those currencies. Come back over to these screens. Awesome. And off we go. Paste. Get rid of that. Copy. And then go to here. Here. Gold. Gold, gold. Gold, gold, gold. Gold, gold, gold. Gold, gold, gold. can't believe I forgot that control page down exists so that I can tab between, well, the tabs. And that's the last of the mentions of starting a gold city. Okay. And then redstone is next. Now I'm probably going to have to fiddle around with some of these buildings and have it make a little bit more sense. But largely this is what's going to be added per stage. It's guidelines. It's recommendations. How did they put it in Pirates of the Caribbean? It's not so much rules, it's more like suggestions or something like that. It's been way too long since I've seen that movie. Great. The quote is gone from my head. Hooray. I paraphrased it. But it is suggestions, but it's more recommendations than just suggestions. I suggest that you, one of the earliest outliers you build is the agricultural. What they're saying is, look, I've done this challenge enough times to know you're going to need a lot of crops growing, and you're not going to want to have them growing in the middle of your capital city. So put your first town, make it be a farming town or colony, whatever. Let it be a farming facility, so you don't have to do that in the capital city. And so I am very heavily inclined to do the things in the general order and timeliness that they suggest throughout the different versions of this challenge. But it's also topsy-turvy that there needs to be some refinement in the flow. And for right now, the columns of buildings that I'm putting in over here are just going to be straight copy pasted from this for me to be able to go, all right, it's redstone stage, so what do I need to do for, say, the agriculture? I don't need to have, say, a theater or a blacksmith for the agriculture. I don't need to build those. I just need to be building lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of farms. So some things will get replaced with other stuff depending on where these outliers are, what they are. But oh, that's another thing in the transportation section. There are community buildings for railroad stations, airports, hot air balloon airports, whatever you want to call them, boating docks, allotments for if you've got mods for airplanes or cars or other mobility. Those sorts of buildings would be getting built per stage when they become available, but that would be under the transportation section. This is not the transportation section. So there's more that still needs to get added to these columns than what I'm doing right this moment with these. But by doing this, it will also help me to get a better overview of what I additionally need to add. Let's see here. that upgrade. Activate that time warp. Let's do the time warp again. It's just a jump to the left, then a step to the right. So paste, copy. And then I go like this, and this, paste this, redstone, 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 another redstone there. Oh, control page down. Now, even though I'm adding mostly 3 outliers per stage, they're not all fading out at the same rate, because some of them I only need to have a few stages worth for that specific kind of outlier. Let's see here. Lapis stage. Copy. Come back over here. Redstone. Lapis stage. And then I go paste. Get rid of the tab option. Copy. Control. Page down. Boop. And boop, boop. 1 on there. 2 there. 2. 1. 2. Oops. 2 there. And then 2 here, and that's that. Now I come down to the glowstone stage. This is one where I'm just adding national park. This is one where it's a villager trading hub. Now I don't think I'm going to be doing a villager trading hub for each of the colonies. We'll see how that goes. Paste. Get this information here. Control page down twice. Glowstone again. Glowstone, glowstone. Glow, glow. Glow. Glow, glow. Glow, glow. Glow. Glow, glow. Glow, glow. Glow, glow. All right. Emerald. And then these. Oh, uh, other news, I guess, regarding the multi-stream discoveries. Naturally, Twitch has decided that Skyrim needs to be marked as not appropriate for all audiences, and I get that. There's no disguising the fact that some of the non-Draugr things that you end are people. But I find that kind of funny. No, I haven't saved in a while. Saving is good. One, two, three, four, five. Another star. Copy this. Come here. Get rid of that and copy, paste, paste, paste. I have been thinking about how I'm going to be dealing with the massive amounts of growing populations, especially in the main capital city, as I proceed through the challenge. And one of the things that comes to mind is different styles of neighborhoods and sub-districts. Because it does mention to try to separate things into districts if you can. And so have not just a shopping district, but have like a smaller school district or a college district or an arts district or a redstone district or so districting the cities into their smaller components. I have a couple ideas when it comes to the apartments and slums for verticalizing them. And I also have some general guidelines that I've put together in my head for how some buildings will get torn down and overtaken by complexes and stuff like that. It's going to be kind of by flavor and choice as I go through. It's going to largely be driven by the terrain that things are on, where and when I build them, and how. Another thing that I'm wanting to toss around the idea for is I have not even remotely pursued adding colors and main build materials and themes for the different towns or sub races. I haven't decided if I'm going to legitimately be doing races, because like for instance the mining colony, I have it labeled as dwarf. Let's see here. Boop. No. And page up. There we go. Dwarf, right there. You probably can't read that, but trust me, it says DWAR, and that's my shorthand for the mining colony. And the intention is the entire thing is going to be underground. The whole, everything, except the town entrances. It's going to be underground, and if I can manage it, under mountains. But I don't know if I want to go races with that. I don't know if I want to do dwarves and elves and orcs and trolls and goblins and that sort of thing. My brain said, orcs, trolls, goblins, the Welsh. Thanks, brain. Anyway, I don't know if I want to go down that route. I have a mark somewhere on one of these stages for where is it? I think it's on the stone stage. Hall of Records, Village Secretary. I thought the embassy was on the stone stage. Maybe it's the gold stage that I put the embassy. You know what? It'd be easier to find it over on this page. Embassy. Iron stage. That would have taken me. Oh, it says maybe right there. Maybe embassy. Right there. And it makes sense production-wise that it would be happening, and population-wise that it would be happening during the iron stage. And here's my justification for that, by the way. Let's come all the way back over here. My entire kingdom's population during the dirt stage is 5. It's 26 during the wood stage. It's 66 during the stone stage. That's my whole kingdom. My main capital and all of the 5 people from my agricultural outlier. And then the iron stage is the first place where I have over 100 people. And at that point, it feels like it's justified to maybe consider start doing an embassy. If there are going to be qualifiers for an embassy in at least what I'm doing. So I put embassy here. I think they wanted embassy to be like in the wood stage or maybe the stone stage. I don't remember, but it feels like embassy is good. 100 character or 100 dwellers, and then some of them are for sure going to be representative of whatever the outlier is that you've built during this stage. They're going to need to have some representation in the capital city. So embassies make sense starting at around the iron stage. They don't make sense during the stone stage because you literally have just put a couple of dirt hobbles somewhere that you want a town to be, and so you've got like a population of 5. You don't need an embassy for a population of 5 unless you're like the nearly extinct Vulcans in the new Star Trek timeline. I was thinking of doing it a little bit later, actually, when populations got up to 500, but I'm already so busy doing other stuff that it's a little past its prime at that point, and I personally will have, during this stage, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'll have 12 outliers. Some of them will be criminal outliers, so bandit outposts and things like that, but largely they're going to be still outliers. And the criminal outliers, maybe someone wants to build the criminal outliers as, you know, here is a bunch of dark elves, or drow, or Dunmer, depending on what franchise you're looking at. It's not unreasonable to expect the criminal element to want to have an embassy representative, because maybe they're not overtly criminal, maybe they are just like spies or whatever, and they are their own culture, a culture of psionics or something, I don't know, psionic spies, something, and they want to have their own race or culture represented in the city council, so they'll need their own embassy building at that point. But I figured at the very latest, I would start it during the gold stage. And the reason why I have that as an option is because during the gold stage is when I have begun focusing on guilds, making the outlier for all the royalty and the community leaders and all that, the elders and whatnot. That is the stage that I want to focus on that. So I figure at the very latest, that is where the embassies would go. But it's going to be easier for me to put an embassy in place if I do it during the iron stage before all the extra growth happens. Because between the iron and the gold stage, just those two stages alone, my national, or my capital population, if I add them together, I have added an extra 84 mouths to feed. So there's a lot going on, even just right there between the iron and gold stage. It's another 62 for the redstone, 68 for lapis, and 74 for the glowstone, and so on. It makes more sense to have it in place earlier than later, so I figure iron is a nice happy medium. It's after you get a population of 100 total for your kingdom. Oops. Right here for your kingdom, if you're doing it as intensive as I am, but it's before things start going just haywire. I definitely for sure wanted to have it before I got to 1,000 population, if I'm going to be doing embassies at all. And 1,000 population is the emerald stage. For me, that is. That's the national population. I have a lot to do for all these stages, though. Need to sit up. There we go. It's a lot of it is going to be building houses, and some of that's going to be very repetitive. I'm going to be building like an apartment building, and it's going to have 12 floors or whatever, and each floor is going to have 6 apartments, and they're all going to be stacked, and each floor is going to be exactly the same, and that's fine. Same thing if I want to do a hotel. Every hotel room is going to be exactly the same. The slums, when I do slum buildings or neighborhoods, all of the buildings are going to be basically carbon copies of each other. That will simplify things for me. I don't have to do all the thinking of, all right, how am I going to build and decorate this one? How am I going to build and decorate this one? It's just going to be, all right, I need 129 slums. So that means I need 129 times 3 beds, 129 times 1 crafting table, 129 times 2 furnaces, or no, slums is 1 furnace. 129 times 2 doors, 1 for the front door and 1 for the bedroom. I can just go, all right, I need these supplies for this stage for this town. And then I finish that town, move on to the next one. Now, the real thing that's going to be kind of different is for each of the towns, I do want to try to do a different kind of theme. Ow, I bumped my wrist right on the side of my desk. Ow. Ah, if there was a funny bone, that would be it. Oh, man, right there. I'm surprised that didn't come through on the mic. Ouch. That was a perfect hit. Wow, that made my pinky go numb. That's great. Anyway, as far as, where's the concepts and preparation? As far as some of the guidelines for the challenge are concerned, they actually have built in some general ideas. Outliers, let's see here. Heroes. They only go into heroes briefly, and I'm not really interested that much in that aspect. It goes very briefly into races. We have guilds, mod-specific things, basic concepts, housing is standardized. This is important. Beware of burning yourself out. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Let me read this paragraph right above it. This isn't intended to be a second job, nor a chore that you have to load up or log into every day. If you're having trouble with something, move on to something else. If you're just frustrated with everything, walk away for a few days, or a week, or two. Take it at your own pace. Most people will get to about the stone stage and go, I have to do this for 5 more stages or more, and it's more each time? No! And they will stop. Most people will get to about the stone stage and stop. I have had that happen to me by accident a couple of times, but I intend on going insanely long with this. This is going to be multiple years, lots of streams, lots of videos. Don't have to worry about that. But it is, as they say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I'm not going to try to go as fast as I can. Now, I might try to get, in a single stream, I might try to get like a single apartment building done or whatever. But that's about the extent of the limit for my sprint. Largely, it's going to be marathon. I'm not going to try to go, all right, I'm doing the dirt stage today, and tomorrow I'm doing the wood stage. And then for the next 2 or 3 weeks, I'm going to be doing the stone stage. If it takes longer or less, great. If I can do the stone stage in 1 day, fantastic. But I am not setting any time limitations on this project. Anyway, where are... Oh, as it does say, because breeding horses requires gold and is a pain to do if you can't mine it until a lot later in the challenge, especially if you have a creeper accident, just the wrong place and lose all your donkeys or whatever. You can, if you can find gold, you can mine it. Now, there are the mesa biomes, I think they're called, that have the above ground mines where you can find just tons of gold. That will help with being able to do the challenge without breaking the rules, but you can also find it in chests, so that's handy. And I don't know what it was, but I just had an icon disappear from my hotbar. What was that? What just happened? What'd you do, Hotbar? What magic did you perform? I have all 5 of the games running. I have Zim, I have Spreadsheet, I have NoteTab Pro. I'm still streaming. Yeah, everything's still up. I don't know what just left my hotbar. Something left my hotbar. Hooray, mystery. Where is the mention? Ah, here we go. Use color schemes. Pick out a favorite color for your town, kingdom, or a person and use it everywhere you can. Dyed leather, armor, dyed wool, dyed hardened clay, different types of wood, and more. The possibilities are nearly endless. Make banners for your kingdom, specific towns, and guilds. I am considering having certain themes for each of the towns, and what's probably going to happen is the main capital is going to be, at least building wise, is going to be just utterly themeless. It's going to be like a regular city. You will not be able to go a stone's throw without finding a different building style everywhere you go, and that's fine. But the outliers, I'm thinking of having a random roll of their banner color and the stone type and the wood type that is used for their primary structures, and just build the town limited to those materials if I can pull it off. Obviously, the stone limitation is going to be, well, obviously at first it's going to be stone and the diorite, andesite, and granite. But then, eventually, once I get to the gold stage, it'll include the deep slate. And once I get to the glowstone stage, it's going to include, I can start building stuff out of netherite. Or netherrack. Build stuff out of netherite. Yeah, great. Netherrack. And then once I get to the end, I can start building stuff out of endstone. I do have some options there. Sand and or red sand and regular sandstone. Those two are in the mix. Terracotta, that's in the mix. I have building material options for stone and wood because there's the oak, birch, jungle, oak, birch, jungle, spruce, acacia, dark oak, mangrove, cherry, is that it? Is it just those 8? Because the logs from the azalea, that's still oak logs. Oh, and now there's the bamboo wood. What else? What else? What else? Is it just those 9? I think it's just those 9. So what I could do is have the 4 main stone types, the 9 main woods, 16 colors, and then I can have a secondary stone type that's used sparingly and a secondary color that's used sparingly, or maybe a secondary wood or whatever. And then just roll those for each of the outliers and have special rules for that. That's actually not too shabby of an idea for people who are trying to do the challenge and aren't good at coming up with their own little random setups, that's probably gonna be a good tool to include. So I think that I have a good foundation for generally how I'm going to be doing it. Oh, there's more. It says yeah, let's just read this. That about wraps things up for me, but I have one last list for you to consider here. If you want to take a little time to write some things down, it might help spark some inspiration later on. If you want to skip this and get right to the building, that's perfectly understandable. And then it gives a list. List is name of the nation / empire. Name it. Give it a name. Name of the capital. Every city has a name. Favored colors. Banner style for the nation and empire. Banner style for the capital. Patron deity. Main race. Favored building materials. Pick 3. Favored biome. Never considered that. Pick 3. Favored food. Oh, well, that's a good point. That's actually a great point. Have one of the cultures be completely vegetarian. Or whatever. Favored livestock. Favorite enchantments. Oh, that's neat. Pick 2. Most hated enemy mob. Overworld. Oh, you could have like a prison for named versions of that mob. That's actually not a bad idea. Favorite fighting style. Traps, lava blades, mine carts, TNT cannons, bows, swords, etc. Neat. There's lots of things you could think of to go into and randomly pick. All right, this is how I'm going to build the nature of this kingdom, but this capital is going to have its own vibe. This colony over here is going to have its own vibe. There's lots of ways to go. Like for instance, my underground dwarf one, not going to have a lot of wood going on in there, honestly. Especially because I'm going to be using lava for light where I can. So wood isn't going to last too well down in that colony. But yeah, they have a few recommendations on how to get started. I don't know if this is the concepts and preparation. This is the new version. This is the newest website information. The original building tips. There we go. They called it building tips. Ow, I bumped my mic. Pick 3 colors or block types out of Minecraft Spectrum to use as your primary for decoration, for building and decoration. Pick 2 secondaries. Pick 2 to 3 block types that are never used. Shunned block types. Ew, diorite. Pick 1 or 2 mobs that are friendly that are your favorite. Dogs, creepers, I don't know. Pick 1 or 2 that are your nation's sworn enemies, cats and endermen, because they knock stuff off your tables. Design a flag. That's actually something that the other didn't consider. You can have banners, but you can also have like 3 blocks of wool to indicate like 3 colors of like a banner flag, like horizontal, flapping in the wind or whatever. That's not a bad idea. Primary road material. That's actually good information, honestly. Yeah, there's a lot of variables that you can throw in to make an individual colony unique. And there's other kinds of building types, like for instance, City ideas. Force field rule. Underwater city like Rapture. A ravine city. A cavern city. And, excuse me, these are primarily built in naturally generated caves and ravines, but can be extended as needed. But they want you to try to stick to just the limitations that you find or generated in the world. Let's see here: a fleet city, a flying city, underground city, dwarf fortress based on the game. Sim tower. Nomad city, using the frames or whatever to inchworm your city across the terrain. That would be tough, honestly. The Wookiee planet city. Build everything in the tops of giant trees. Have everything happen in the nether as best you can. Have everything happen in the end as best you can. There's lots of options to go for thematic building to make the challenge unique to the player. And I could sit here and pull all of these from this list and make more of my own, and I could never make a complete list of the different types of things that people would be able to do. So what I'm going to try to do when it comes to writing the program to generate a custom challenge is just put as many in as I can, and I guess leave some blanks for the player to fill in at their discretion, and maybe just make some suggestions. Like, I could have it be, all right, for the block types, the block palette, I could have it be something like, all right, I want to have, this is my main and this is my secondary, and then you click generate and it generates everything. Or you can go surprise me for both of them, and it provides for you. You can either add your own or ask it to give you some ideas. There's a lot that you can do with it. When I set it up, I am going to have to well, I mean, I was going to say I'll take into consideration the main stage, but even if your main block palette is, say, nether brick, when you're in the dirt stage all the way up until the point when you do enter the nether, you're just building up towards that. And then once you get to the nether, you can start harvesting netherrack and nether brick and replace the blocks in your main capital or elsewhere in your kingdom with the nether brick to match that part's theme. So that's still doable, I guess. Interesting. As I'm going through and adding more things to all of this, I'm getting additional ideas, but largely what I want to accomplish, especially with this spreadsheet here, is to give myself less having to plan later, so I can just focus on the gathering materials and building rather than going, all right, so do I need to build a granary in this stage? What kind of shrine do I build? That's another thing. Where? Collections, mining. The original doesn't have... I mean, it mentions... a little bit of stuff about the cubism. Where was that? Was it not in the dirt stage? I thought in the original it had, oh, there it is, magic. It was under magic. Build a shrine to Notch, build a shrine to Jeb. That was the original religion, the original magic. And then there was some other one in between that I missed out on. Religion. Something about Sanuj or whatever. There we go. Sanuj. I don't know what it means, where it comes from. Don't know who made it. But apparently there's that. And then there's the new one. Tarim, Logma, or Logna, Petra, Pharos, Aurelia, Lazuli, Jada, and that's where it stops. That stops in the Emerald. There's no one for the Diamond stage. And there's no one for the Nether Star Empire. So I'm thinking the Nether Star Empire, I could just recycle Sanuj there. Because apparently Sanuj, the patron, got us some change, transformation, and progression. And they are the one that is the brunt of creation, so to speak. But they don't have one for the Diamond stage. They have one for everything else, though. Types of religious places of worship. Aha. This is what I wanted to look at. Logna. Religious outliers. Okay. Types of religious places of worship. Shrine. I'm going to have shrines for all of them in the capital. And there's going to be a new shrine per stage for each of the different stage appropriate deities. Then, when it comes to the temple city, I'm gonna have actual massive structure temples built for each of them. And then, I guess for the Diamond stage, what I could do is in the capital city, just build a cathedral that has a little mini shrine to each one. That wouldn't be too bad of an idea. There are different kinds of religious outliers. Hermitage, a small religious outlier. 1 to 2 shrines, something like that. There's a monastery, which is a bit larger. There's the Holy City. The Holy City is more where I am wanting to go with Temple City. And each one of the temples is going to have its own little neighborhood of attendees and things like that that are designed around the premise for each one. Now, for each stage, there is a simple shrine for getting started. But then there's also... Yeah, okay, so the clay shrine. This happens during the wood stage, or the dirt stage. Bubbles. But then, this happens during the dirt stage. So maybe I will have both represented. says agricultural sub-pantheons. You can have different sub-pantheons. I don't want to go too ham with it. Founders Pantheon. That would be Notch and Jeb, I'm sure. There's the culinary goddess Pam from Pam's Harvest Craft. Mycos. The purpose with the order of Pam. We have holidays. Not going to worry about that. Acolytes. That's the word I was looking for. And then it says Singularity. Okay. Okay, this is more what I'm looking for here. Alright, so for the dirt stage, it gives guidelines for how the different shrines can be constructed. This is going to actually be a lot easier to look at over on this. Do I have all this information over here? Yes, I do. Sweet. Oh, that's a lot nicer to look at. All right. Except it doesn't have... There we go. It says, Sanuj is not just a quick load goddess for previous challengers, but she also watches over current challengers. Okay. Alright, so there is the temple, clay shrine, wood shrine, stone shrine, iron shrine, gold shrine, and then this is where it goes into the extra deities with favored colors and building materials. Okay, cool. So here's what I'm thinking. For the religion aspect, I want to have the shrines to the different deities for the capital, but then also for all of the outliers, I want to have a shrine and or temple that best fits that outlier. So for instance, for the... I won't bother bringing this up over on the stream, but for the agricultural outlier, it's going to be Terim, Earth. Then the dwarf is going to be stone, military is going to be iron. Then the guild is going to be golden. So will the sky. I might make a sort of a... Oh my god, that's perfect. The shrines for the criminal outliers will be Herobrine. That's perfect. The factory one, that can be... Because they don't have one for the factory stage, I came up with one called Tinka. Let's see here. The temple will be Lazuli, as will the Great Library. The Nether, I was thinking something like Lumia, because glowstone and light and all that kind of stuff. I thought I had one for the Nether. I guess not. Or I mean for the end. The one for the Skulk dimension, that might be a little harder. I could just have them worship the Warden. I don't feel that would be too bad. Let's do this, click on that, minimize this. For the end, I don't think I have any notes for the end. Could just be what is the established name for the end dragon? What is her name? Name of the end dragon. Jean. I could have a shrine dedicated to Jean. That wouldn't be too much of an ordeal. The new in town stuff, no. Now the moon, that could just be, you know, Luna, and then Mars could be Aries. Oh my god, I know how I'm going to end the challenge. I know how I'm going to do it. That's perfect. Okay. So it just so happens that in order to keep the amount of military above the amount of criminal population, in order to prevent a revolt, because I don't want to deal with that. I have enough going on with all of this. I decided that during the last stage, or the last few stages, I wanted to establish one more military outlier. And I was just going to have them be called the Space Cadets. I could have them be established on Mars, and then Ares / Mars, War God. That's how I could end the series. They destroy it all. I won't necessarily actually destroy it. I might if I get a large enough tip at that point, but I don't think that I would be thrilled. I would definitely make a backup copy before I did it, but I think that would be a great way for ending the series, is to have the Mars colonists go to war with everyone else, and using all their superior technology end the kingdom. That actually sounds like a perfectly good way to wrap things up for the challenge. That's not too shabby of a thought. So let's come back over to... Sorry. Here's the icon. Let's go down to religion. I'll leave this penciled in for right now because I don't know what I'm going to do about the original stuff. But I will say build shrine, build clay Sanuj shrine. Copy that. Come down here. Find religion. There it is. Build wood. Sanuj shrine. Stone. Build stone. Sanuj shrine. Iron. Build. Oops. Iron Sanuj shrine. Build shrine to, what was their name? Pharaohs? I came up with some of my own until I found that sub-document. Pharaohs. Gold City. Build gold Sanuj shrine. Build shrine to Aurelia. Redstone. There's Tinka. Build shrine to Tinka. Make the bubbling sound stop. Lapis. They have one called Lazuli, because Lapis Lazuli. I used Azurim because, you know, it's blue. Build shrine to Lazuli. Glowstone. Build shrine to Lumia. Okay. Emerald. Build shrine to Jada. Diamond. Build cathedral to Sanuj with smaller shrines to all the others. Another star. Wait, Emerald was Jada. I already did that. Okay, cool. Nether Star Imperium. At this point, maybe I don't need to make a new deity for Nether Star. Diamond Capital, that would be good enough. Okay. Alright. I think I've got that pretty well handled. So what sections do I generally have hammered out? I have the stage rules and limits, I have the data pack usage, I have the population generally figured out, residential I have largely figured out with those spreadsheets. Agriculture is also largely figured out with those spreadsheets. I am going to have to figure out when and how many of the wood, the fish, the plantations, all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to agriculture and ranching, at least my primary outlier is going to be covering most or all of that. I'm going to have a few of them in the main capital or near it or whatever, but that's very limited, and they will transition to a more automated setup. I do need to work on the guild system. I have largely figured out the commercial. I need to figure out exactly how many and what kinds of buildings and all that kind of stuff for the fortifications. Transportation is kind of just, it covers itself. Roads go between the different cities. Shipping routes, airways, mine track, that will just happen kind of organically. I don't need to worry about that. The nobles and leaders are hard for me because I don't really care about that aspect of the challenge. I don't. I just don't. Some people might think it's great and fun to have all the intrigue and all the royalty and all the hoity-toity, having to build all these new estates every time they get a whim to move to another place. I don't care about that. To me, they're just, they are expert level people with a few extra bells and whistles. Slightly bigger house. But I do need to actually look into it, because if I want to be thorough for raking the program, I need to include that stuff. So I'll have to get over my own, I guess, inhibition about wanting to do that and just clamp down and do the whole thing. Crime is... there are different rules for how to set up the crime all throughout the whole challenge. And this weekend I was planning on just sitting down and reading the whole thing from stem to stern and pulling out every mention of crime anywhere so I could make sense of it, because it is so all over the place that I just can't follow it. I do know that eventually it normalizes out into levels of crime bosses, and they have like money laundering schemes, little restaurants and stuff. I am okay with figuring that part out. That's fine. It's all the other stuff. They get this many of this per population in the capital, and this many of this per population in the outliers, and it's all these different sub rules make my head spin. So that's something I'm going to have to do on the side. I pretty much got the religion hammered out just now. I have the outliers figured out largely. I don't know where they are going to be built, but I do know what they are going to be. And then it's going to be a matter of the stored items. So... let's see here. The other thing. all of this internal stuff. Each stage has different kinds of rules for the different types of things, but a lot of them are repeated. Like if I go to the Lapis stage, it'll say farming. Expand your farms if necessary. All crops must be protected from trampling. All crops must be irrigated. 15 plants must be planted per player. 20 per villager. Oh, well, resident, colonist, whatever the different versions call them. Population. So I have a better normalized number. This is the only one that goes up to 20, as a matter of fact, out of the whole thing, as I recall. It might be another 20 somewhere. But everything else stays around 14, 15. And because of the fact that the slums need less food, and this is the highest number, I just said, you know what? 14. Even Steven, 14. It averages out population-wise to be about the same number for the higher volume food versus the lower volume food. I am okay with just picking a single number for something like this. So the players don't have to be worrying about, all right, now I have this many slums, so I need to build this many farms for the slums. And then I have this many apartments, so no. Static number. There's enough thinking that needs to go into this. No, we shouldn't have to worry about that aspect. But each one of these has a lot of extra text on it. And criteria for how many cows and sheep and pigs. So what I'm going to do is refine all this down, make all of the numbers follow the sequence that's on the spreadsheets, and then anything that gives specifications on for the farmhouses, you need to have this many chests or whatever. I'm going to have that over in a separate file, not cluttering up this space. Because there is just too much going on. If I come back here, where's the scroll bar? Here we go. Here's the challenge. All of those indented lines, that's extra unnecessary information generally that could just as easily be said, especially if it's repeated information, over here. Like for instance, kennels, dogs. Every officer is assigned at least one dog. One squad must be assigned one dog per soldier, hereafter referred to as a canine squad. This will be repeated in the fortification section, and a note will be placed there to look here. It's fully repeated down there. And also, almost verbatim, all of this stuff that every veteran must have one dog for every 2 veterans in outliers. Every veteran must have a dog. Regular soldiers are assigned dogs at a rate of 1 dog per 4 regulars. And then stop it. Stop. It's great that you want to go into that much detail. You went into the wrong spot for the detail, sir and or madam. So I'm going to normalize all of this. And then once I have all of the I guess population is a good enough number, I will at that point be able to fill in hard set numbers for everything along the way, and instead of these front pages being filled with all of this garbage, it's going to be filled with still a lot of garbage, but the notes are going to be more succinct. It's going to say, build this many of this building, build this many of this building, build this many of this building. Details on these buildings on this file here. And just use this as a wiki instead of trying to cram everything into this. Because these numbers are just inconsistent. The apiculture, I do need to, when it comes to the bees, I don't know how to go about that. The bees and the frogs, both. You can get, if I understand it correctly, you can build your own little bee nest and then go out into the wild and find a bee with a lead, drag it back to your home, and it will stay in your bee nest? I think. And if that is how it works, great. You can get bees early on. Oh, I also, that's a good point, I don't even know how to build a bee nest. Minecraft wiki bee nest. Or is it a beehive that I need to build? Beehive. Oh, it's 6 planks and 3 honeycomb. Well, that's easy. I don't even... Alright, let's see here. I think a lead is just, what, 4 string and a slime ball? Lead. 4 string and a slime ball. Wait, what's this? What? Hold on. Go away, Bubbles. What's this about? Balloons? Bedrock Edition and Minecraft Education only. Helium? And latex. There's balloons? Blink, blink. Okay. Oh, dolphins. Oh, dolphins. And fish. Can you breed dolphins? And can you breed fish? I know you can't breed squid, so it's not really ranchable. Let me open dolphins in a new tab. Need to add that to my list. Wait, so there's donkeys and mules. But mules are not really ranchable, I don't think. Alright, okay. I found a list of animals. That's what I'm looking at. It is possible to leash the following mobs and other entities. So thanks for clearing that up. Boat. You can lead a boat in Bedrock Edition? Aww! I won't lead a boat. Mule. Drops. Leather and experience. If equipped with the chest or saddle, it'll drop the chest or saddle. but I probably should add mules to the farmer or to the animals list. Mule. I don't think the donkey has a chest option. Oh, it does. Well, then what's the purpose of the mule? Mules are infertile offspring of horse and donkeys that, when tamed, can be ridden and equipped. You can't ride a donkey, can you? Can be ridden and equipped with chests. Okay, well then, what's the point of you? They can be pulled along and tied up using a lead, yada yada. Tame donkeys can have a saddle slot. So with a donkey, you can control with standard controls on that. Is it the same for the mule? Player can control. So I guess they just added a mule just for fun. I mean, okay, fine, sure. Dolphins. Usable items, lead raw, cod, raw, salmon, probably for breeding. Depending on the amount of fish fed raw, they swim around near shipwreck. When dolphins are fed raw cod or raw salmon, they swim to the nearest shipwreck, buried treasure, or ocean ruins. Because they are locating the chest in the structures rather than the structures themselves, breaking the chest causes dolphins to locate a new structure with intact chests. Oh, I never knew that! Can you breed them? Can you breed dolphins? Ba-ba-ba. It says 10% of dolphins spawn as babies. Ah. It does not look like there's any breeding mechanic for the dolphins. This is information I did not know. It is good information. Okay. So how would I list a dolphin on here? Utility animal? Or function animal? No, it would have to be. Well, no, this is a tameable. Oh, bother. I had to make a new category. Dolphin. And what about fish? Can you do anything with the swimming fish other than put them in buckets? Can you breed them? How to breed tropical fish. No, I don't want a video. No, you cannot breed fish. There are no baby fish. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it was a thought. Well, at least I've added a new couple of animals to my list. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26. So a couple of these are not really notable as far as useful function. I don't need ocelots. I don't necessarily need striders in mass volume. I don't need mules if I've got donkeys. What's the point of the mules? I don't need foxes and pandas. They're more like zoo animals. So yeah, I'm gonna keep my animal requirements as I already have them. Okay, what else? What else is? My cup is empty. I shall be right back. That's great. I went out the door and my cats immediately said, "Oh, you're outside. Is it food time?" No, no, it's not. Wait your hour plus whatever. It's not food time again. All right. So it is about 3:30, or 3.5 hours. 3:30. It's about 3.5 hours. It's about 11 p.m. I want to pick something that I think I can focus on and hammer out the details for in the limited amount of time. And what I'm trying to do at this point is standardize building things. It feels like the one that's going to give me the most trouble is residential. So, by my rule, that's the one that I need to focus on the most, because that's the one that I will absolutely put off the longest to do. But it is time to time warp this game. So let's do the time warp again. Boop, 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 and boop. Don't have enough to get that one. That's fine. Set to max, and then set to promotion. Idle mode, idle mode, idle mode. Buy all of these upgrades, buy all of these upgrades. Add 8% to everything. Upgrade all of these. Do it again. And then wait for... Yep, killed one of them. Now I can upgrade all of these. All the way down to here. Click on that, and that. And then that should go for a little while. Alright. So, dwellings. Now I went ahead and started separating things out for this over here. Where's that other window? So what this is saying here is for the minimum cheapest living situation, so the slums basically, your ceiling can have 2 air spaces between floor and ceiling. You can give the people in the slums and I guess hotel rooms absolute minimum living conditions. Then it says if you have a span that is anything more than 3 airspace in either north-south or east-west, then you need to put some sort of support. Shrink the room, add a support partway through, whatever. So you could have 3 airspaces, a support, and then 3 airspaces, and that'd be fine. But before you get to the stone stage, you have to use supports and pretend that there's gravity. I think that's a nice touch. It does enforce the fact that you're building stuff out of dirt in the early stage and or wood later on. So without some of the higher quality building materials, things falling apart, it would be a concern. It's why you don't build out of sand and gravel. but I don't need any additional information from this. Universal furnishing requirements. I've been trying to amass this list here. Bed, blast furnace once it's unlocked. Furnace or for food, or smoker I should say. Furnace or smoker for food. Crafting bench. That's called a crafting table. Bench in the mods. For slums, 1 chest. For apartments, 2 chests. And for a house, at least 4 chests. Or barrels, or 2 double chests, however you want to look at it. They also have a list, an incomplete list here of luxuries. Filled item frame, carpet, painting, filled flower pot. If you have 4 glazed terracotta made into a pattern, that counts as a luxury. So like a floor rug or something like that made out of terracotta. So these seem to be the general minimum requirements. Let me check this, see if there's, yep, I have the cooldown on that I can activate. That's great. And I can make a purchase to this. There we go. So on the Sell to Singularity, they have been doing some of these events more back to back than they used to. It used to be weeks or months between them. Now they're just back to back to back. And the last one was the mushroom one. And I got in on it at the beginning of the first day of the event. And the event ended so fast that I couldn't even finish it. What's even funnier though is, okay, let me bring up this. There's leaderboards. Oh, I've fallen behind because I'm streaming. But you get these currency that you can spend on player icons and how you want your planet to look and stuff like that. Just little fun stuff. But you get them as rewards for being in the first 5. First place is 25, then 15, then 10, then 5, and 5. I think 25, 15, 10, 5, 5. Yes. So for the entirety of the challenge, I was the one who made it absolute furthest, and I couldn't get past 94% before the challenge ran out, the event. And I got the furthest. No one got any rewards at all for the mushroom event last time. I think something went wrong with calculating how long the events need to be, because I've never seen an event that short. I got really close. I was so close to actually beating it, but not quite. In the 4 hours that remained, there was no way I could even get close to getting that last little objective. But this one, there's 3 days, 9 hours remaining, and I only need to get 4 more objectives. I think I can manage it. Anyway, let's put that back to normal. So, seven people made it in your leaderboard. 7 people made it out of 5. That's redonkulous. That means that 2 people got the reward for getting there really fast, but their amount of time they spent was probably way past what the actual top 5 leaders were. I still have a suspicion that there is a way to cheese the leaderboard, and I'm not going to walk through how. It just involves logging in, disconnecting from Steam, changing your computer time, logging back into Steam, and then changing tabs from like the main to the Mesozoic to the space or whatever. I have a suspicion that there's something you can do along those lines to fiddle with stuff, but I don't care one way or the other to try that. Okay. Between the different challenges, there were guidelines for the Dirt Hovel, the Dirt Player House. I've generally covered the Player House elsewhere, so I don't necessarily need this. But there's Dirt Hovel, and then there's Basic, Expert, and Advanced. Expert would be the highest tier of the main housing. Okay. Let me make a new note tab. Because we generally know what the minimum requirements are going to be. Let's just read through this. Full diamond frame. Bed. Wait, was bed in with the minimum requirements? It was. First line. Door. Door with pressure plate or button. I'm gonna say during the wood or during the dirt stage you don't need to have a pressure plate or button. But anything wood stage enough you do. It says a 5x5 hovel. Bubbles. What are the criteria for dimensions here? This covers the support thing. Oh, right. That's an important one. Torch. Other light. That's good knowledge. Torch is good friend. Most basic of housing, absolute bottom of the barrel, usually made out of dirt, yada yada yada. Practically any form of dirt can be used, yada yada. Says no size requirements for this. Okay. What about advanced? No size requirements here. See, that's another thing. It says dirt shanty is advanced, but it says wood shanty is expert, and shack is advanced, whereas dirt shack is expert. I'm seeing continuity issues. So we have the support, light, 1 to 3 luxuries, door, safe from hostile mobs, that's light. Okay. So for the basic, these are the only items. For the advanced, these are the requirements. Oops. And for the expert, supports, description, 1 to 3 luxuries. It says per room. Four double chests. See, that says 4 double chests. The other one says 2 double chests. I'm gonna say that the additional double chests are not going to be required, at least for the dirt stage. Okay, alright. Armor stand for clothing if available. Eh. Okay, so that's... The dirt stage actually has some sensibility to it. It doesn't give any size requirements, but it does give item requirements. That's good. Wood refuge. Better must have bed. Kitchen. For every 2 refugee refuges, 1 must have an additional room to taste. I think how I'm going to treat this is the bedroom is going to be separate, and then it's going to the rest of the house for the cheapest kind is going to be either open air, living space, kitchen, or living space kitchen separated by a wall. And that's how I'll do the extra room. This bed, Double chests. Home office for the advanced. Okay. One to two additional rooms to taste. Alright. And then wood shanty expert. Oh boy. Oh, expert. Oh. I see. The wood shanty is the player house. Or the elder's house. So the advanced, this would be actually the expert. Because I separate the player house from the expert. That the player house and the, let's call it royalty houses, those are beyond the three main categories. So we have, where over here is it, this, where is it that it mentions the size requirements for the rooms? I remember having them somewhere. Oh, there we go. Hey, it's a mention of the fast track rules. One of the few places where fast track rules show up. Yikes. Ah, so right here, yeah, it says player estate is the settlement shanty. So what I need to do is I need to figure out something between the basic and the advanced. Okay. Let's rename this here. To say player. Let's rename this to say expert. And now new subpage 02 would hut? Is hut a good enough word, I guess? Alright, let's go advanced. I can change the word later. Wood hut right here. Oh, that's right. I can't change the order of these because this is alphabetical. There's no way for me to actually move this up and down. Except for if I want to move it into another subcategory. So let's take this. Let's go here. I'm just going to call it settler hut. Don't need paragraph. Don't need the home office. And then does that feel good enough? Or should I just outright say one house? I think, or one room extra. Let's see here. Hut. Basic is for every 2 refugees, 1 additional room. For every 1, I can say 1 additional room. For every hut, and then for every shack, they have the office and then 1 to 2 additional rooms. I think that's a reasonable progression. Okay, cool. So we've got that figured out. Now this, for the stone stage, there's only information for house and hut. I need to figure out something that's in between. Ah, this is where it starts giving dimensions. 3 by 3 by 3. 2 by 3 by 3. 3 by 3 by 3. Okay, yeah. So, any information over here? These are residential. Stone Hamlet stage right there. Feels like it's sort of in the middle. Okay, so section 10.4. It would be nice if it was actually numbered on the sections. I could actually look it up, but they didn't do that, which is very frustrating. Storage. Stone Hamlet. Settlement. Ah. Cabin. Advanced was called cabin in this version for the wood stage. Neat. Hamlet hut. They have hut. They have house, and this also uses the word cottage. Hamlet house. Bungalow. Did I miss something? It just... House. Expert. Bungalow was expert. Hamlet house. Villa is expert. What is going on? Oh, and this is where they tried to implement a point system that never actually panned out. Alright. Villa Village, relative wealth. Within category working class, lower middle class. None of this comes into play. Alright. Basic support requires 1 food. Types of support citizens. Okay. That does not help me at all. Chow Hall. Myrmidon. Potioner. Estates. Bubbles. Okay. There's no settlement shanty. All the way down here, settlement shanty. So this is the wood stage. Stone Hamlet stage. There we go. All right. What? I have an idea. Residential. Yeah, I copied it over here. Let's find where this is and see if I can make more sense of it over here. No, it looks just as thrown together. Stone Hamlet, Hamlet Hut, Hamlet House. So, kitchen, storage room, bedroom, additional rooms, office. Okay, Hamlet Hut, kitchen, storage. Okay, and then it goes into Village Villa. My brain. My brain. Okay. Hamlet Hut right here has no information on it. Hamlet House is right here. And these, I bet, were supposed to be links to come down here. And then that means that this here... Yeah, this here is the Stone Hamlet. Instead of saying luxuries, during this point they were using decorations. Okay. Bedroom, one per immigrant living in the dwelling, one per immigrant living in the dwelling, and one per immigrant living in the dwelling. Why do you say that 3 times? What is going on? They said all of this 3 times. Oh my God, I know what happened. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Let's make a new heading over on this one and just make sense of it. I'll call it Hamlet or stone hamlet. And I will put you down here. And I will copy stone hamlet. Hamlet hut. Hamlet house. Wait till you see what I just recognized. Kitchen. Everyone gets a kitchen. First one gets this line. Second one gets this line. Third gets this line. Oh, I also need to have noble hamlet house. And then kitchen. That one, that one, that one. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, okay, that's it. Because this now is storage room. Okay. This. This. And then this. Okay. Add more space. Now we have bedroom. And then additional rooms. It took me a little longer than I am happy with to admit how long it took me to recognize what this pattern was that they were trying to do. But once it registered, it was a little bit more clear. Office. Office, office. Not applicable, not applicable, and 1 per noble elder living in said dwelling. Decorations. Actually, I'll just say decoration. Utility points. What's a utility point? I have no idea. Okay, so here is what I have been able to surmise from this craziness here. even though it says more things here, these are supposed to be interwoven, and this is supposed to be some sort of table or something like that. But what they want is this. And I'm going to start down here at the bottom. So that it is easier for me to go up. Okay. They're divided into hamlet, hut, and house. It says kitchen, 1 per 5 immigrants living in there. 1 hamlet hut, 1 per 5 immigrants. House, 1 per 5 immigrants. Okay, those are all identical. Storage room, 1 per 4 immigrants. 1 per 4 and 1 per 4. Identical. Bedrooms, 1 per immigrant, 1 per immigrant, and 1 per immigrant. Identical. Additional rooms, 2 to 3 per 3 immigrants. 2 to 3 per 3 immigrants, and 2 to 3 per 3 immigrants. Everything is identical up to this point. Then it says office, not applicable, not applicable. 1 office per noble or elder living in the dwelling. And then decoration, I don't know how to interpret this. I'm going to fidget around with something. But I now have a little bit better of an idea of a baseline. However, this makes it feel like all of the structures are intended to be largely the same. Oh, and also anything ultimately, I guess, beyond the iron stage, I kind of want to be effectively the same standard of living all the way up until the end. Some places are going to have some tech mod kind of stuff added, but I really don't see any need for adding additional room requirements as you go up. Poor is poor, rich is rich, and middle class is vanishing. So, Stone Hamlet. All of these guys are going to get a kitchen, a storage room, a bedroom, and it says 2 to 3 additional rooms per 3 immigrants living in the dwelling. I'm going to be doing something a little bit different with this, the way I'm setting it up. I'm going to say additional rooms 1, 2, 3, plus there's going to be an office. Don't need this. Decorations. I'm gonna say luxuries. That's how I will set this up. Luxuries. One per house. Luxuries 3 per house. Luxuries 1 per room. I guess everyone would have a storage room of some sort. Whether it's a closet or whatever. Okay. I think that's a good start. Because like I said, I want there to be a sort of a standard minimum go-to that you can choose to add to if you want, but let's face it, if you're building housing for 10,000 people in your kingdom by the end of the challenge, the minutiae are going to kind of fall through the cracks after a while. So it's going to ultimately fall down to what are the minimum requirements to proceed. Because I still have to also finish up the information on the minimum storage requirements. I have some of that. I'll have this window up front, but I have per stage crops and seeds per stack stored per stage, raw and cooked food per stage. I'm not going to have any minimum requirements for cooked food at all for the dirt stage or even the wood stage. I might say half a stack of whatever available raw there is, but cooked, I don't think I need to worry about that. I have logs and planks accounted for. I have planted plantation items, colors of sheep, going to need to start accounting for stone types. And then obviously I need to make sure I have the section set up for storage tools and armor and all that kind of stuff. But there are as far as how I want to do the challenge, I want there to be in the main town storage, I don't want it to be overwhelmed with every little knick-knack that I find. I want the knickknacks and things to go to their own special shops of interest that are related to them. So if I'm finding a bunch of I don't know, books, I'll make a bookstore and they get all stored there at the bookstore until such time as I get to the lapis stage, and then a large quantities of them are going to get shipped off to the great library. And then other sorts of stuff like that is going to be, as I find stuff, it'll get stored where it needs to be. I don't want to inundate my house with extra storage. I want there to actually be places for things. Some stuff is going to end up, I don't know, museum. There's going to be an area, I'm sure, dedicated for most of the data packs, extra items. So I'm not going to worry about what is being stored at the individual houses, except at the top tier houses, the tier 3. They are going to need to have a set of armor, a set of tools. I'm not going to have them on display on an armor stand because there again, thousands of population. I'm not going to have thousands of armor stands and thousands of chests and thousands of filled item frames bogging down my computer. It's nice to have the occasional one here and there, but if I am building 100 of these houses in one little small area, they're going to have 200 chests. They're going to have 100 armor stands. They're going to have 100 or 200 filled item frames. They're going to have 100 signs. Those entities, they add up really, really fast. And even faster if you're building vertically. You enter a chunk that has 100 chests in it, and your computer goes, no. I have watched people go from being able to walk normally on a server to once they cross a specific chunk boundary, and this far chunk loads for like 4 chunks away or whatever, I watched them go from walking at a perceived 60 frames per second to like 2 frames per second. And they say, why is it so laggy all of a sudden? Even though they've got 5 bars of signal, they're still behaving as if they have 1 bar of signal, and it's because they have entered entity zone. There are places like that on the server that I play on where even my computer just goes, no! I don't see how the person who built it even... I'm sure that they did it so that they could use their computer to heat their house. That's how confident I am with the bizarre levels of lag that they did in their build, that there has to have been some other reason than just, I wonder how many chests I can fit here. It has to be purpose driven. Everything else in their structure seemed purpose driven. So there must have been a reason for all those empty chests. But I'm going to try to make the rules less stringent on having to use double chests and instead just use equivalent. And less stringent on every place needs to have an armor stand. No, it doesn't. Not every place needs an armor stand. Not every place needs an item frame. Anyone who has tried to make a single storage chest with an item frame labeling what's in that chest for everything that they are storing knows how insane that makes your computer behave. So I'm having to dance around some of these luxuries and some of these other things. I will use filled item frames and signs and armor stands sparingly, but like I'm not going to be using 4 armor stands to fill a spot to make a lampshade. That sort of thing. I'm not decorating like that. Just because I can for a small thing doesn't mean I want to for my whole town. or my whole kingdom for that matter. I'm looking at these three things, and it feels like I ought to add something more like the Hamlet hut. What do we have? We have, what are the normal rooms in houses? We got bedroom, living room, kitchen, dining room, bathroom. I guess basement, that would count as storage room. Basement or attic, I'll put those in the same category. Let's see here. For Stone Hamlet, I will say bedroom. There we go. Bedroom times 2. Times 2. That's Z2. This doesn't need to have the line for office. If it's not applicable, it's not applicable. Let's see here. I've been in enough less well-to-do places to know that it is unreasonable to expect that it's one person per room. There's even someone on the couch usually. So if there's more than one person in the house, there's probably going to be, you know, a couple. So they're going to be 2 beds in one room, because I am going to stick to the 1 bed per population. So if there's 2 people living in a room, there's going to be 2 beds. But for the Stone Hamlet, it's going to be I'm going to have it as 2 beds in one room, 1 bed in another for me doing it. And then for the Hamlet hut, it's going to be 1 bed per room, like apartments. And then for the Hamlet house, it's going to be 1 bedroom with 1 bed, with the option of adding more. Usually the kitchen and the dining room are the same room in lower, but what about middle income? Middle income, you expect there to be a dining room, don't you? Or at least a dining area. I'll put that in, well, I mean, that could be qualified under there. Bother. No, I think that's good. I think that's good. 2 bedrooms, 1 additional room, 1 luxury. 2 bedrooms, 2 additional rooms, 3 luxuries per house. And then 1 bedroom, 3 additional rooms, 1 office, and 1 luxury per room. I think that's a good separation for the stone stuff. I think that'll work. Alright. It's almost midnight. Let's see what I can figure out about the iron stage. Because I do want to see if there is anything worth mentioning. Because they do have more space down here. They have a villa. From Gold City onwards. Nobility expansion. Okay. 1 per 5. Kitchen 1 per 5. Storage 1 per 4. Bedroom 1 per immigrant. Additional rooms 2 to 3. Oh, so this is in reverse order. So this goes house, apartment, slum. They don't even keep the order the same. Wargarble. And then it says decoration points, utility points, building ratios, build the same, yada yada. These is basically the same stats as these. You know what? Let's see here. Let me make these little upgrades. Buy this. 2030, that seems like the cheapest of everything. Yes. Alright. All 3 basic types of dwellings are basic, dwelling, an apartment, and a slum. The dwelling is something like a house. It's a house. Takes up more space. Apartments take up less space, but require twice the population of a dwelling. And slums really take up any space at all, but require 3 times the population. So house plus 2 stage additions, 1 for that, and then 1 stage addition for that. What stage addition? Additional rooms. Huh. Clay, wood, stone, glass, stone, brick, stone. Points multiplier. Oh, ich. Lost bandit. Nothing, 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 nothing. Yeah. Stone development is where it's going to stop. That way I don't have to think too much. I can just, when I get to it, I can go, all right, I'll roll for what additional rooms to add. And I can start compiling a list of additional rooms. That, I think, is good enough. Obviously, a kitchen's going to have the basic amenities that a kitchen would. The storage room is going to have, you know, storage or chest. Bedroom is going to have bed and potentially chest. Additional rooms will be whatever they are going to need. And then the luxuries. I have that list of luxuries. I do need to see if somewhere in any of these files they have any additional information on luxuries and decorations. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. But if you can think of something beside these, filled item frame, carpet, painting, filled flower pot, and decorative terracotta. If you can think of something, tell me. I will happily include that. Now, you could go so far as to say that The luxuries could be like, you know, putting in a tripwire hook to make it look like a faucet or something like that. I'm not counting that as luxuries. That's just extra building detail. I'm not worried about that. If I wanted building detail, I'd be doing this with mods, and I would have all the building materials. I'd have Pam's Harvest Craft. I'd have slanted roofs and stuff like. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the challenge, not the materials. So, if you could think of something that would be a reasonable decorative thing, let me know. I also can do what's it called now? What is it? It's not clay pot, is it? Is the new big one also called a clay pot? Google Minecraft. Bricks are used for making. It's called decorated pot. So it's flower pot and decorated pot. Okay. Decorated pot. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Brush. Brush requires copper. So I'm going to say that that's available in the iron stage. Archaeology, brush. That. Okay. Yeah, if you can think of something else that might be considered decorative. Oh! You know what? That's actually not too bad. Stained glass. Stained glass, I would consider stained glass as luxury. I would count, if it's not in an office, a requirement. I guess I would count bookshelf, bookcase. I think that's how they are called. There's just the regular bookshelf, and then there's the empty one that you can put books in. I would also count that as decorative. Well, let's think about this. Is there anything else that would be a luxury? Ba 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 ba. Maybe the special lighting blocks? Because yeah, I would go with special lighting as decorative. Yeah. Non-torch lighting. And then let's see here. What else? What else? What else? I think that's about the extent of what my brain's going to come up with. I do need to know what all the different utility blocks are. Like the loom and all that kind of stuff. I need to know when you can start crafting those. Vines, see, vines are a little tricky. I might go glow lichen. Glow lichen could be decorative, because glow lichen won't spread on its own. I'll say lichen. Or glow berries, depending on the situation. Oh! Yeah, hold on. Non-torch lighting. Including candles. Because there's candles now. I have to get used to that. Oh, other building materials. Concrete. You can incorporate the concrete colors into your themes for your civilizations and whatnot. That also comes to mind. It's not just terracotta, it's also concrete. What else? I mean, those came to mind pretty quick. Maybe I might be able to jog another brain cell loose. I'll think about it. Let's see here. What else have we got going on? Is there anything I can polish up before I decide to wrap up for the end of the stream? Because it's already after midnight, but I feel like I might be able to squeeze something else in. I guess if any of you guys think of something that would fit into this category of decoration / luxuries here that I haven't listed, you can message me on Discord, or you can put it in the description for the video, or in the comments for the video when this goes on YouTube. Also, I'd like to get an idea of what you might think would be good structures to include in a random assortment of, I don't know what to build, I'll just build a roll die. There's all kinds of different examples that you can pull from the real world, but not everything is easily translated into something that you would be decently able to duplicate in Minecraft. I mean, you could build something that is supposed to be, say, a car mechanic. Okay, great. What cars? Are you also going to sell or build an auto dealership? How do they drive? Are they just for show? That sort of thing. The flower bushes? Ah, yeah. I would consider those as luxuries as well, but getting them anywhere decently planted would be a little frustrating. Oops, I did not mean to click over here. You come back, and you come back, and there we go. Yeah, there's definitely more to this list. Here's community buildings. That's pathetic. Here, it even says jewelry maker and jeweler and goldsmith. We have an armorer and an armor smith. Okay. Armorer up there. These are the same things. In fact, let me dedupe this list. Armorer exists in both places. Blacksmith, well, it's twice right there. Blacksmith. Is there blacksmith down here? Blacksmith. Weaponsmith. Right there. Cooper. Barrel maker. Smokehouse. Smokehouse. It actually says smokehouse in both places. Bar, pub, saloon. That's unique to up here. Inn, hotel, motel. Ah, bar, pub, saloon down here. Inn, hotel, motel. So they aren't unique. Neat. We have goldsmith and jewelry maker. Tailor. I will call this armorer a tailor. Restaurant. That exists. Flower shop. That exists. General store. It says grocery store. I'll keep general stores separate. Meat shop. It literally says meat shop there. It doesn't say deli, it says meat shop. Neat. Stable. There we go. I just reduced the list. Considerably because there were lots of duplicates. There's lots of stuff that could make it onto this list. I could add, oh, let's see here. Off the top of my list, off the top of my mind, let's try to add 10 things. Pool hall. Let's go with dye ink shop. Let's go with printer. They could have paper, books, ink, feathers. Let's go with this has a coffee shop. Okay, cool. Now there's restaurants and then there's diners. I think of a diner as like a greasy spoon, kind of much smaller version than a restaurant would be. But I think that some people call those pubs or saloons. So I guess that's already covered there. Oh, wait a minute. Did I just see? It says meat shop here and it says butcher meat shop. Delete this one. Ay, 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 ay. So we have a smokehouse there. What's another? I could have... Okay. Cabinet maker. Chests, trap chests, barrels. I know that there's stuff for working metal, but mason, wood cutter. I'm not just talking about running a log through a sawmill. I'm talking about, like, you know, place that sells dark oak stairs and birch slabs and acacia fence, that sort of thing. That's 6. Let's come up with 4 more before we're done. I keep seeing... Okay. I do find it funny they have the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. That really does make me giggle. We have actors, theater. Oh, Taylor's right here. Oh, wait, no. A tailor would be for... leather. An armorer would be the metal stuff. A pet shop! Look at you! A pet shop and a feed shop. I would lump those together. What have we got? What have we got? Three more things. I guess cakes would be at the baker. Same thing with cookies. Not much you can do with milk. Oh, there we go. Exotic plants. I could sell stuff from, like, the nether and the end and whatnot. Sell glow lichen. Oh, well, there we go. Fletcher just focuses on making arrows of different tipped varieties and whatnot, but still arrows. One more. One more. I mean, I could just... outright have a bookstore. There we go. That was me scrambling, and you helping with the pet shop. That was me scrambling to come up with a few ideas of things off the top of my head to add to this list of reasonable community buildings. I'm sure this list is drastically far from complete. So if you can think of some things between now and the time I get everything going, then I guess comment them or add them to the Discord or whatever. Let me know. It would be tremendously helpful. But I think that's gonna have to be it for me for tonight, because I have other stuff that I want to do, and I don't want to just bore you guys with me staring blindly at this for half an hour, then going aha later. So I'm going to busy myself over on Discord, continuing with the work that I've got going on here, and trying to get everything set up as much as I can, so that when I start the challenge I can just go. This super helpful realization that their requirements for the stone and the iron stage and beyond are virtually identical. And that actually really helps me with a large portion of my concerns. I'm very glad about that. I did generally lay out the religion stuff. I have a pretty good figuring for the outliers. The crime, nobles, transportation, that'll take care of itself. Fortifications, I need to figure out the numbers for that, but that's also generally going to take care of itself. Commercial is, well, what we were just sort of working on there, but there's also all of this stuff here, the buildings per stage. I do need to decide how I'm going to lay out the education stuff. During the wood stage, it's going to be classroom. During the stone stage, it's going to be school. Then during the iron stage is going to be college / university, whatever. And then during the gold stage on up, it's going to be guilds. And the other buildings are going to exist as well, but that is going to be the progression of it. And the guilds are going to be the top end of the learning facilities. They're going to be the specialization. So I have all that lumped, education and guild, all into one category. And luckily enough, that's also whatever they are calling the population guild. It seems to just be school. They could have called it school, and it would have made perfect sense. But they call it population guild to be special, I guess. Agriculture, I do need to figure out if I want to fiddle with the numbers for how many dogs there need to be per population per stage. I don't want it to be a dog for every household, that kind of thing, or a pet for every household. That would be crazy. That's too many entities. But I do want there to be at least some representation of animals throughout. I'll figure out something with that. Residential, basically, that's what today has been about, at least this part, and some of the other things leading up to this. But I also have, with the residential, all the stuff for the main. Let's bring this up over here. Open office goes here. And then I do this. And then I think, yeah, I can do that. All of these numbers up here, residential. Oh, bubbles. That took care of itself. All these numbers here are livestock and animals. This is all the outlier stuff here. As far as agriculture, that's this stuff here. That's all taken care of. And then I have some breathing space for agriculture that are going to be fishing and lumber and plantations and that sort of thing. And some of those numbers are actually going to be in the main city during these early stages anyway, so I don't have to worry about cramming them into the outlier as much, but I am going to expand the agricultural outlier to include some of the other things starting, it looks like, around the redstone stage. So military, nobles, crime, I need to hammer out the details for those. I've basically got residential figured out, and I think next weekend I should be wrapping up all the pre-production stuff, and I can just go ahead and get started. I'm going to target no later than the first day of February, starting both the Refugee to Regent and the Skyrim stuff. The Skyrim stuff, because of how the save file is still breaking regardless of what I do, I have a backup plan, and it is still going, everything is going to start the way it started. It was intended to start before. It's just going to be pursued differently, and it's going to be called something to the effect of Until It Just Works. And it's going to be a series of characters that are going to be, after the first few that I have planned to do, when they stop working, that means that's the end of their story, and it's time to move on to another character's story. And I'm going to just keep working with the same mods and just keep going until that character just works, and so on and so forth. See if we can get any of the characters to pass the level 50 mark or something like that. Who knows? But I have a whole bunch of different ideas for how to make that, I guess, crowd friendly or whatever. So that's in the works, and I should have most of the details for that hammered out. But at the same time, I'll have the rest of the Refugee to Regent figured out. So all that will remain for the Refugee to Regent is actually doing the challenge, or writing the program to make it so other people can do the challenge too. And also, I guess, putting up the wiki, if I'm going to do that. So a few steps in my future, but the busy work is largely done. I'm so happy. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. It's been about 5 hours on the stream. It's approaching 12:30 for me. I would like to have a little bit of nibbles to eat, and I'm sure the cats would too. So I'm going to let you go. Thank you ever so very much for spending your time with me all the way till this very boring end. I know that this is not the clicker extravaganza that you might have clicked in thinking it would be, but I assure you that once I'm done with this Refugee to Regent spreadsheet nonsense, this area down here of my screen, where's the thing? All of this area down here on the stream is going to instead be filled with up to 4 more idle / clicker games so that I can have stuff going on all the time. But until that happens, I'm going to be working with this, and I'm going to reserve this layout for my multitasking stuff. So be on the lookout for an actual full-on idle clicker extravaganza in the very near future. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them in the comment section or message me on Discord. I have the link to my Discord down below. If the link doesn't work, you can always type it. Apparently there was someone who the link didn't work for, but putting the information in does. So I don't know what would be the cause of that, but whatever. If you are interested, the Discord has so much stuff going on, but is full of lurkers. We're all lurkers there. So if you want to start a conversation, I guarantee there's someone who's going to see it. It may not be in the next 2 seconds, but someone will see it and continue the conversation. But we're all of us are just lurkers there. So it may seem quiet. It doesn't have to be. There's also hundreds of YouTube channels being piped in all day long across many of my channels or sub-channels on the Discord. So there's always something to do and to look at over there. So if you're interested in nerdy stuff or just fun stuff in general, come visit my Discord, Remedy for Boredom. Also, if you like this video, please give it a like. I appreciate it. If you're watching over on Twitch, then go over to my YouTube and like this video when it comes out. And if you haven't already, do please go ahead and either subscribe or follow. And if you are watching on one platform, go to the other and do the same thing. If you're on YouTube, go follow on Twitch. And if you're watching on Twitch, go subscribe over on YouTube. Let's see if we can grow the numbers. I'm trying to get to my new goal of 3,000 over on YouTube, and I am steadily climbing my way there. I'm shocked with how fast I got to 2,000. It is great, but I am not going to just stop. So, last thing, if you are interested in helping to support my channel in any way, I have 2 links down below, one for my Streamlabs and one for my patrons, whom I would like to say thank you to once again. Elmaze11, Zogman, Finium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja. Thank you guys oh so very, very much for helping to support the channel and make it so that things can actually run more smoothly here. It is greatly appreciated. And if you would like to help support even at $1 a month, I have a link down for that. Or if you want to do just a one-time thing and get a little a tip notification, something like that, then you can use Streamlabs to do that. And by doing that, you will also help to fill the where'd it go? The little bar over here. Where? How can I highlight that? I have a break-even amount progress bar that I'm going to have to put in a better spot, I think, to help keep track of whether or not I'll be able to do multi-streaming again next year. Paid for it on January 1st, and we'll see if it's worthwhile all the way till next January 1st. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and quit rambling. Thank you once again for watching. This has been Thorn of Night, working busily on lots of things while having all these idle and clicker games going on in the background. And I'm going to be doing it again and again until the end of time. So thank you again, this is Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later.